Okay, we're back. So the final item this morning is 125 South Kingsway. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from the agent, previous decisions in the area that surrounding the property, 2 form letters in support from number 123 and 127, and a late receipt was of 6 photographs of the subject property, and I am not showing any opposition speakers. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Hi, Mr. Freeman, you've been unmuted.
Okay, Mr.
Can you
Freeman,
hear me?
you there?
Mr. Freeman, you have to unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm speaking. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can I have your name, please, for the record?
Sure. It's Sean Freeman. I'm the architect for this project.
Okay, you're speaking on behalf of the owners, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, panel members, we have one variance before us. Looks like a minor one, first one today. And I don't think we need a presentation. Do you have any questions for the agent? Okay, Mr. Freeman, we're ready to take this into committee to make a decision. We've read all the materials. We don't need a presentation. Anything you want to add that's not in the submissions?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I don't know, Ms. Hayes, Mr. Nipfel, you had your hands up at the same time, so whoever wants to go first.
Joanne, I'll start, or I'll go. Having reviewed the material on file and the photos that were received as part of the supplementary were very helpful. I think the variance being requested is indeed minor. I'm satisfied that it meets the 4 tests, and if my colleagues have no further comment, I would like to move a motion to approve the application with no conditions.
Did you want a second, Mr. Nipfel? All right, so
Absolutely.
moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Okay, that concludes the morning session at 3:38. And we're going to take a break. Let me just determine how long everyone needs here. How long do you need? I'll take half an hour. Panel members, are you okay with 30-minute break? Okay, so, let's come back at 4:15. How's that? That's 35 minutes roughly. Okay, 4:15. Okay.
Sorry, I missed that. Did you say
okay,
4:15?
Yeah, 4:15. Is that okay, or is that enough time for everybody? It's 3:39, so that's 35 minutes.
Can't hear you, Nancy.
Well, my mic's on. I don't know. I'm sorry. Somebody muted. Am I on? I got muted by mistake. Okay. Going with 4:15, just because it's nice, even numbers, 35 minutes. And just so you know, apparently the YouTube is going to stay on. FYI.
Well, we'll mute WebEx. It'll just be the room.
Okay, they'll mute WebEx, but the room will still be live. Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Apologies for the delay, but we had technical issues, and we're doing the best we can. So I'll see everybody at 4:15. So the room is muted or not?
It's muted. WebEx is muted. The room is live on YouTube.
I see.
But they can't see anything.
Well, it doesn't matter. I don't know, like.
Go to the office. You need something? I have to go downstairs to the office.
No, it's okay. I'll use mine. I'll pick up from this morning for some water. I know this
Still sideways?
Oh, yeah, well, I don't know, it's not, it's this one, so they're seeing my back.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna, I'm not sure if we can fix it without restarting the WebEx, which you don't wanna do, so I'm gonna,
Yeah, and also, no pressure, but we're so far behind that I don't wanna incur a huge delay, if that's what's.
oh, no. If I can't fix it in 10 minutes before you guys resume,
Yeah,
then we'll just leave it as
yeah,
is.
yeah, exactly.
But, no, I had heard and I wasn't sure if you guys had broken or what we're doing, so, not to worry.
Nope, it's all the same.
To select the camera, you just go into video mode, I believe. Sure. It's just so that we can switch it. Is it still silent? Try the 1%, just. Or maybe that says that again. Yeah. So, sorry. If you don't mind. Okay. Should be good to go. Somewhere in that. Yeah, somewhere in the video settings I noticed that it's got the ability to rotate 90 degrees. No idea how that would have happened, but yeah, we should be good to go now.
Great, thanks.
No, no problem. It's making us all crazy. Because literally it's like, how is that possible? So, because there's a cable that goes between the two of them, still stuck like that, but you should be good to go now.
Every time I'm in my room, in this room, this happens.
The thing flips?
Yeah.
Okay, this is good, thank you for telling me, because I love your pants, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, probably there's something in the preset that's making it turn, because it's only a 45-degree rotation, right?
Right.
So you just have to go back or whatever. I'll talk to Markham.
But I mean, it also always goes to this camera and then won't, I don't know, last time it took hours to figure out how to get it
To
back.
get to the other camera?
Yeah.
Well, I think the easiest way to do it is to start the meeting and then to select the camera, as opposed to selecting camera first.
Okay.
And it's literally, you can do that under the audio visual pull down menu here, and it allows you to choose which camera, which audio, all that good stuff.
Okay, I leave it to the.
Yeah, leave it to the tech
pros over there,
pros,
yeah.
yeah. Yeah, that's what they say.
But thanks.
No problem, no problem. I'm glad that you guys were like broken so that I could just interrupt you for a few minutes. Anyway, all the best, have a good one.
Thank you.
And just wait 2 weeks, we'll all be back having fun with this, eh?
Oh, really?
The 21st is the date they announced today
Oh, yeah?
for, well, I assume it'll still be a bit hybrid, but they're gonna reopen the building and, get people to come back at least 3 days a week.
I don't know why anybody would wanna sit here for 5 hours when they can sit at home.
Well,
It's much
this
easier.
has been brilliant for committee adjustment.
Yeah,
Where
it's
rather
worked
than
really
have to
well.
handle all these myriad of people, forget it, have them call in, way easier.
Yeah, it works really well now.
Yeah, oh, I think it's tremendous, and I'd be shocked if committee doesn't follow the same.
I don't know, we'll see.
Yeah. Although, you know, they did put in all those, fancy schmancy, metal detectors and everything at the front, so they gotta pay for those.
Yeah.
All right, cheers.
Just reading some Quebec restaurants, I probably shouldn't say some, but.
How's the other panel doing?
I think they started at 2 p.m. about a half hour behind.
Okay.
I'm not sure though.
Okay, the goal is to get out of here before them. We have to finish before they do.
Well, I think this, 2 o'clock time slot doesn't look too bad.
No?
For the afternoon
Even
stuff.
the 3:30.
But,
It's just the 4:30.
well, there's a deferral.
Good afternoon. During the declared emergency in the City of Toronto, Committee of Adjustment virtual public hearings are being conducted via WebEx, an online digital platform, and will be live streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. These measures are necessary to comply with physical distancing requirements and a provincial order that limits attendance at public gatherings. My name is Nancy Oman, and I will be chairing this hearing. Panel members participating via WebEx and who can be seen and heard are Lisa Valentini, Joanne Hayes, and Carl Nifel. City staff will be assisting us throughout the meeting, including moderating the WebEx platform. Agents, applicants, and other interested parties participating in this virtual hearing registered in advance and will be connecting through WebEx using a compatible electronic device. Their participation will be through audio only. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territories of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and it is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment for the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to the property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone who wants to receive a copy of the committee's decision for an application must submit a written request by email to the general email address for the Committee of Adjustment, Toronto and East York District Office. Please include your name, address, and an email address. All Committee of Adjustment and TLAB notifications and appeal updates will be sent by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, known as TLAB, or in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions will be set out at the bottom of the committee's decision. Participants who have registered in advance will be connected to this virtual hearing and will be muted automatically upon entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please speak slowly, clearly state your name and address, and please confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. Where required, the applicant or agent will proceed first with a presentation of the application, and then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have completed their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent will be unmuted and will have an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion, and the application will be taken into committee for a decision. Please note, the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice are informed of the changes. Panel members, staff, anyone have a declaration of interest this afternoon? Mr. Nitful.
Madam Chair, I have one on 33. Would you like it now?
Sure. We're past.
I know
past,
the.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I know the person in opposition, so I will not be attending that part of the hearing.
Okay, thanks. We're past 3:30, so it doesn't matter.
Which item?
Oh, 33, sorry. I didn't hear you, sorry. Okay, so item 33, Mr. Nipfel declared an interest. And are you aware of any items that, or requests to close or withdraw file, Madam Deputy Secretary? No? Okay. All right. The first item on the agenda is item number 21, 88 ARDAGH Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from the agent, and correspondence in opposition from number 665 Windermere. And, okay, I'm showing one speaker in opposition and 2 in interest. Do we have those people on the line?
Madam Chair, the second speaker is not present, and I can't seem to contact him. It's Carlo Vigna.
Oh, the second one, sorry, I marked the wrong one, okay. Yeah, okay. All right, do I have the agent on the line?
Yeah,
Okay, I do have several speakers listed. Can you please do a presentation no more than 5 minutes?
yes,
Oh,
so
and
my name is,
before you start, I need your name for the record.
yes, so my name is Layla Emrys with DS Studio. I am acting as the agent of the owners. So I'll try and keep it brief. I'll just give a little overview of the proposed addition for which the variances are being sought. And as I know there had been some concerns voiced about the proximity to Windermere, I will also speak to that. So the proposed addition is a small 2-story addition which will replace the 1-story sunroom that is currently on the west side of the existing house. The addition will just provide some added area to a 2nd floor bedroom and a slight increase to the ground floor sunroom, which is to be replaced. The overall footprint of the addition will be approximately 1.5 feet closer to both the north and south property lines than the current sunroom footprint is. And it will be a total of 2 feet closer along the west property line. So when taken in context of the existing lawful conditions, the variances being requested are all in order to achieve pretty slight modifications to the existing footprint of the house. The resulting increase in gross area will amount to a little over 220 added square feet. Most of that is due to the added 2nd level area. The only variance being requested, which will actually result in the house being any closer to the property line than the current main house, is the setback to the west. Whereas I had mentioned, we will be a total of 2 feet closer to the property line along Windermere. But although the addition will be 2 feet closer to the street than the current sunroom is, the existing right-of-way does provide a generous landscape setback of more than 12 feet between the property line and the sidewalk, which will ensure that a comfortable buffer does remain between the new addition and the sidewalk. And the total loss of landscaping that's going to result from this will be limited to a 2-foot strip along the west edge of that existing sunroom. It should also be noted, I don't know that we included the arborist report in this application, but we do now have one, and we have taken special consideration, including placing an addition on piles in order to protect the tree at Windermere and ARDAGH, so that the likelihood of damage to the root system will be very minor. As far as the proposed addition relates to the surrounding neighborhood context, the new alignment of the building face to the west will still be roughly in line with the neighboring houses, being only 1 foot closer to the road than the direct neighbors along the north along Windermere. And it can also be noted that the house directly across the street actually has quite a similar massing facing onto Windermere, where they've had a covered balcony constructed on top of their sunroom. And I guess lastly, just regarding the FSI, we want to point out that the current lawfully existing house is quite a bit over the zoning limit already at 0.92. So we're actually only requesting to increase this to 1.06, which is a fairly small adjustment. And if you notice most of the properties along Windermere, you can see that the lot sizes in general tend to be substantially deeper than the lot at 88 ARDAGH, which actually skews our FSI a little bit compared to the neighbors. So what we're requesting is not that much of a departure from the neighboring context. So, I mean, overall, we feel the changes being requested are minimal in nature and should not negatively impact or feel out of place within the surrounding neighborhood context. That said, I'm happy to speak to any other concerns as needed. Thank you very much.
Thanks. I think we'll hold questions till after we hear from the opposition. And you are speaking on behalf of the owners, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. No, let's just go in order here. So the first one, I'll just see if they want to speak or not. I'm not sure.
Hi, Mr. Obi Tower, you've been unmuted.
Hi, Mr. Obi, are you there? Robert or Megan, if you can hear me, I just want to know if you're speaking or not, or if you're just watching.
Oh, shoot.
Is it our turn?
I guess so.
Okay, we can all hear you.
You can hear me?
Oh, yeah. So did you want to speak, or are you just watching?
Well, we are watching for 80 HILLCREST, not 88 ARDAGH.
Oh. Well,
And 80 HILLCREST isn't for quite some time yet, I think.
I don't even know if is that on this agenda? Hang on.
Yeah, 80 HILLCREST
Well,
is,
there's
Two panels, so I don't know. Oh, yeah, I see it. It's item 37.
yeah.
Okay, so you belong for item 37.
Yeah, we thought that
Yeah,
we thought that it would be happening at some point. I know that you're delayed,
yeah,
so we're
we're
just
way
keeping it on
behind.
so that we know
But
when it comes up.
You know what? I just want to update my list then. So did you want to speak for that item when it comes up?
For 80 HILLCREST?
Yeah.
Potentially.
Okay, so I'm going to write you down as a speaker then.
Okay.
So, okay, sorry about the error. And so
No worries.
I'll get back to you whenever we get there.
Perfect.
Okay, thanks.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, all right. So, do you have then the opposition then?
Hi, Miss Friedman, you've been unmuted.
Okay, you can hear me?
I can. Can you please identify yourself, name and address?
Okay, Elaine Friedman, 670 Windermere Avenue.
Okay, Ms. Friedman, go ahead. You'll have 1 minute start, or I'm sorry, 5 minutes starting now.
Okay, I don't need that. Well, if the arborist said it's okay, I was concerned about the tree because it is a fairly old tree. You can see it, it's right on ARDAGH. And I could only see that if you're digging a foundation that you would affect the tree. The other thing is, just the loss of more lawn and more built up space in the area. So it's kind of, that's it.
Okay. Thanks a lot. Panel members, any questions of the speaker? Okay. Ms. Emeris?
Yes.
If you can just speak to the tree and the
Yes, absolutely. So we did have an arborist report completed, and we've decided to put the addition on piles specifically so that it won't affect the tree. So while the corner of the addition does fall within the protected tree area, we've only got a single pile, and it's right towards the edge of that protected tree zone. So the arborist does not feel that there is a risk to the tree.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions? Mr. Niffel?
Yes, to the applicant, through you, Madam Chairman. The drawings that I have of elevations and sections are so faint I can't read them. So the answer might be in your submission and I just can't see it. The deck that occurs behind the house is at 2 levels. Is that correct?
So the deck is actually not being modified as part of the variance. It will be at 2 levels. It's currently on 1, and we're simply going to lower a part of it, but we're not changing the footprint. And I would say more than half the deck is actually just remaining sort of as it is currently laid out.
Is there a screen between the deck and the property to the north?
I believe there is. Yes.
I vaguely see through the faint drawing that there's something, but I just wanted to clarify that there was some kind of screening
I
there.
believe it's a fence.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. Valentini, did you have a question?
I did, thank you. I was just wondering, any discussions with the neighbor at 661 Windermere? I don't think have we heard from them?
Are you asking me or?
Yes, thought.
I'm not sure
them,
who
but
the
I don't think
neighbor.
so.
Oh, sorry. I'm not sure who the neighbor at 661 is, but I know there have been discussions with one neighbor who was initially concerned, and I believe the owners had a discussion with them that alleviated their concerns. But I'm not entirely sure that that is the person to which you are referring.
Okay, the only reason I ask is because when I look at this, because you're going a bit further west, your addition will be, if it's going to impact anybody, I'm not saying it's impacting them, that it would be that neighbor, 661 Windermere. And I was just wondering if you had reached out to them or if you've heard anything from them.
I believe that may have been the neighbor that initially was concerned, but I believe the owners spoke to them, and
Okay.
I do not believe they are still concerned.
Okay, well, we don't have anything on file, so thank you.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, we are ready to take this into committee for a decision. Is there anything that's not in the submissions that you want to add, Ms. Emrys?
No, I mean, I did make reference to the arborist report. I'm happy to provide that if it's requested. But no, that was it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, panel members, let's take it into committee for a decision. Ms. Valentini?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This, in my view, is a small addition. It's just a small two-story addition, slightly increasing the setback from the west side. I don't see any impact on the neighbors. And so that being said, I think it meets the 4 tests. I'd like to bring forward a motion for approval. And I don't believe we have any conditions even on this one, right? From urban forestry even? No. So
nothing.
Without any conditions.
Are you seconding Mr. Niffel?
Yes.
Okay, so motion to approve, moved by Ms. Valentini, seconded by Mr. Niffel. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 22, 232 Emerson Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from the agent, correspondence in support from 234, which is adjacent, as well as a 7-signature petition in support from properties on DuPont and Emerson. I only have the agent here as a speaker. Are you on the line, sir?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. This is Bamdad Baghdadi from BB8 Design Studio, Inc. I'm the architect and the applicant for this application before you today.
Okay, not sure we need a presentation. I think we can go to questions. Panel members, any questions for Mr. Baghdadi? No? Mr. Niffel?
Madam Chairman, through you, if there are no questions, I'd like to move approval of this application. I would like to compliment the applicant. The covering letter was excellent, as is the collaborative approach to the design. I think what's being proposed is something that melds quite nicely into existing circumstances and doesn't create any negative impacts for anybody surrounding. So I would bring forward a motion of approval without any conditions.
Okay,
Excuse me.
That's seconded by Ms. Hayes. So, motion to approve, moved by Mr. Niffel, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, committee, and thank you for acknowledging.
Okay. Item number 23, 12 Windermere Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a previous decision affecting the property, as well as an arborist report from Greenprint Consulting Arborists. Email correspondence from Community Planning. I believe they're looking for deferral to coordinate this going through sort of along with the site plan. And we have TRCA weighing in on this. We also received late yesterday deferral request from the applicant, correspondence in support from number 24, and opposition from we don't know whom. We were not provided with an address. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Hello, this is Gregory Kimin. I'm acting as an agent architect from the client with regard to 12 Windermere Avenue. I recognize that the SPA application is under review, but there was a deferral request from the community planning until the SPA is close to completion. So I would respect what the commit make decision whether the deferral will proceed with the hearing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. And you did say your name is Gregory Kimmins, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Do you have the late registrant on the line or not?
Madam Chair, I tried contacting her. She was here earlier, but she's no longer online.
Okay, so panel members, to the deferral, you've read the material too, and planning outlined why they are seeking it. The applicant's in agreement, so let's take it into committee on the deferral. Ms. Valentini.
Madam Chair, excuse me. I've read all the materials, and planning has requested a deferral because it relates to the site plan application until that's closer to completion. That makes sense to me, and if the applicant's agreeable to that, I think it makes sense so that all those details can be worked out. So I'd like to bring a motion forward for a deferral.
Okay, motion to defer, moved by Ms. Valentini, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? Okay, this carries unanimously, and this matter has been deferred. Item number 24, 64 Winter Circle. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have revised site plan, floor plan, and elevations, and a revised zoning notice that was received late last night in the supplementary agenda. Email correspondence from the assistant planner. We have two of them. One was received last night with conditions, and 4 signature petition in support from owners on Winter Circle and Northern Dancer Boulevard. Okay. Okay, so I do not show any other speakers other than the agent. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, good.
Can't hear you.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Barely.
Is this better?
Yeah, much better. I just need you to...
Okay, thank you. Dan?
No, I was going to say, I just need you to identify yourself, and I think we don't need a presentation, so I'll see if there's any questions after you do that.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Dan Barry, agent on the application, speaking on behalf of the homeowners.
Okay, panel members, very straightforward. Do you have any questions for the agent? Mr. Niffel.
Mr. Barry, are you aware of the planning department recommendation?
We are about having screening on the south side, which we are happy to accommodate, of course.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions, panel members? Ms. Valentini?
Do we need to have it formally amended? I think there's a revised zoning notice. When variance is being deleted?
Are any of the variances that we have on the zoning notice before us changing? We have 2 variances before us. One for 10.66 height, and then 1.13 times the area. Is there any changes to that?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the committee, through discussions with planning, we eliminated variance number 1.
Okay.
So we are only seeking 1 variance today, which is item number 2.
Okay, so variance number 1 is being deleted. Okay. Any other questions, panel members? Okay, Mr. Barry, we've read the materials and we're ready to look at make a decision on the application as amended. Is there anything you want to add before we go into committee?
Through you, Ms. Chair, and members of the committee, just that the build form that's being proposed is consistent on the street here. There's currently 23 other houses on the west side of Winner's Circle with the same built form. And we were just kind of following that example for our proposal.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel members, let's take it into committee. Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. As the applicant said, this very much mirrors what's already existing in neighboring properties. The wall variance has been deleted, has support of both adjacent neighbors and rear neighbors across the lane. And I would move to a motion to approve the application subject to the condition that outlined by the planning department, that there be privacy screening on the south side of the balcony.
Okay, that motion is moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Nipfel, and that's as amended. This application with variance number 1 deleted. All in favor? Okay, that motion carries unanimously. Okay. Item number 25, 250 Westlake Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from the agent, staff report from permits enforcement for off-street parking. We have 9 form letters in support from 245, 246, 248, which is adjacent to the property, 254, 255 Westlake, as well as 317 and 331 Lumsden, and 195 Barrington, Unit 514, as well as 34 Orley Avenue. Correspondence in opposition from an unnamed source, and email correspondence from community planning. And I believe, let me just check. They are looking for a condition regarding privacy, so they're looking at an overlook related to the rooftop deck, so they're looking that the applicant install planter boxes along the southern and western edges of the rooftop deck, measuring at least 2 feet in depth. Okay. Do I have the agent on the line?
Madam Chair, I've tried calling the agent twice and even emailed her. No response. I'm just going to check with the 3 call-in users.
Okay.
Hi, Karen. Are you there? Karen, are you present? No, that's the calling users, because I have no way of finding who they are. And it doesn't match her phone number.
Okay.
So I'm just making sure I didn't call them with another number. She's not here.
She's not there. Okay, panel members, the agent's not on the line. I don't have any other speakers. We can deal with it now, or I think we can deal with it now. If you're not comfortable, we can hold it. Ms. Hayes?
I think we can proceed, Madam Chair. Just have just one point for discussion with my colleagues. In terms of the planning condition, when I look at the plans, they're proposing fencing on all the sides that planning's suggesting planter boxes. So from looking at the plans, and all the elevations seem to show the fence, except maybe for the vestibule. Do you think they're referring to the? I just think what's being proposed looks like it might be a better privacy than planter boxes, but maybe I've missed something.
I think planning perhaps just misread the drawing. You're right. The whole rooftop is fenced on the proposal, and to your point, It's a very large open space, so it's likely to be quite noisy. I think that their proposed 5-foot 6-inch height corrugated metal fence is probably a better solution.
So if, I think we could tie it to the plans and,
Yeah, absolutely.
okay. I'll go. This is a building that's been in existence for a while. I'm familiar with this corner as you drive over to Main Street. There's a long-standing sort of variety store on the corner. I don't think the conversion of the side and the adding of the rooftop is going to have any negative impact. It has a lot of support from the neighborhood, and I recognize that transportation has a condition, but I would, if my colleagues have no further comment, I'd be prepared to move a motion to approve the application subject to the transportation condition and also tying it to the elevation plans to reflect the fencing as a privacy screen and safety barrier.
Okay, so motion to approve with the conditions outlined by Ms. Hayes, moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Niffel. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 26, 31 Dorval Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 4 photographs of existing trees, covering letter from the owners. We have 4 form letters in support from 28, 29, which is adjacent, 30 and 33, which is the other adjacent neighbor on Dorval, and 35 Dorval Road. And I do not show any opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Hi, Mr. Salazar, you've been unmuted. Hi, Carlos, are you there?
Was he there? If we can't get him, is the owner there?
Hello?
Hi, Carlos?
Hello? Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Hi, my name is Carlos Salazar, and I'm the authorized agent on this application.
You're speaking on behalf of the homeowners?
That is correct.
Okay, I don't think we need a presentation. Panel members, do you have any questions? Ms. Hayes?
Couple of questions. First of all, with respect to the size of the accessory structure, how does that compare to 33 and 29 in terms of size?
Ooh, that's a good question. Just going to open up the site plan if you don't mind.
Because they seem to be on the location map, seem to be quite large, but I'm looking to see from a comparison perspective.
They are quite large. They are quite large, but it's the surveyor didn't survey the 2 garages on the side.
Well, I'm looking for you to indicate to me like that, you know, you're looking for double the coverage and of the permitted from an accessory structure. So I'd like to understand if that's common in the area. And my other question is related to the 0 side yard setback about the pool. That's a big safety concern. Is there some reason that the pool can't be pulled away from that fence?
One of the ways around it, we're going to put up 1.8 high wood fence on that side, and they have such a small backyard that pushing it over 4 feet it will, it will minimize the side area and be able to enjoy their backyard. It's a 1.8 meter high wood fence is proposing to have it between the neighbor to relieve that concern.
Well, I think it's still scalable.
I mean, I guess we can go a little bit higher if zoning will allow it.
Still, okay. So with respect to the accessory structure, do you have any information you'd like to provide on that?
So on number 29, their garage is about 433 square feet, and our proposed garage is detached garage is 539, so just a little bit bigger. I don't have information of the adjacent. The survey wasn't able to take that information.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Ms. Valentini?
Thank you. I have to say I'm struggling with the pool setback myself. Ms. Hayes has raised the issue, and 0 meters from a lot line seems, I mean, it can't get any closer. So the neighbor next door is fine with this, because I can't even understand how this is workable.
So yeah, the homeowner spoke to both of the neighbors and they understand the proximity of the pool. However, we 4 feet, it just pushes the pool so much to the middle of the backyard, which they won't have enough sided space to maybe be able to put a patio set. I mean, is there any way maybe we could push it maybe a foot? Would that make it better? Maybe a foot and a half?
I don't know how my colleagues feel about the pool. For me, when I'm looking at it, I have it right up against a lot line.
Is there decking around the pool?
There will be a paved area on two sides of the pool, and we're proposing to have like a feature wall on.
Mr. Salazar, could you to speak to Ms. Valentini and Ms. Hayes' comment? Your plan shows something called a feature wall along the north and the east side of the pool.
Correct.
Can you what is the wall? How high is it, and what is it made of? Because I mean, is it a barrier?
Yes, the wall is more or less going to be 3 to 4 feet high, and it's just going to be either a tile wall or stone. They might have a waterfall.
Okay, but by law, you have to have is it 5 foot? You have to have a 5-foot fence around the pool, right?
Correct. So we're going to have a 1.8 meter high fence.
Okay, to the point that's been raised by my 2 colleagues, you have the site plan that's on the screen now. You have a paved walkway that goes between the pool and the sodded area. Is there any reason why that walkway can't go on the other side of the pool?
It can. It's just that 4 feet will shift the pool so far over that it will minimize the side area, and then they like to put maybe some furniture in there so they can enjoy the pool.
Yeah, but I think as my colleagues have indicated, there's a safety issue here, and it seems to me that if you were to put the walkway on the north side of the pool, you would pull it away from the property line, which is a good idea, and then you could come up with some inventive way of dealing with a deck that's permeable on the other side. It just seems to be a better solution.
Right. No, I understand.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, sir, we're ready to take this into committee for a decision. Is there anything you want to add before we go into committee? Mr. Salazar?
I mean, sorry. So, I mean, we can we can shift the pool over if that's, you know, if it helps approval on my whole application. I can speak to the client and see how, you know, how we can make that a better, more safe to get around. For definitely.
Through you, Madam Chair, would the applicant, would you be agreeable to dropping variance number 7? Removing it?
Yes.
Okay, so you are deleting variance number 7?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, is there anything else you would like to add, Mr. Salazar?
No, that's all I need to add for that.
Thank you. Panel members, we're in committee. Ms. Hayes?
I just have one further question of the applicant.
Go ahead.
In dropping that variance, you recognize that unless you can comply, you're going to have to come back.
Right. So I mean, I just have to shift the pool over 4 feet.
Okay, that's fine. I just want you to understand that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we go back into committee? No. Okay. Ms. Hayes.
Okay, thank you. With the deletion of the variance with respect to the pool, number 7, I think the other variances, with the information we've received with respect to the accessory structure, I'm satisfied that the variances are minor, not out of context with the area, and I believe they meet the 4 tests. And I would be like to move a motion to approve the amended application with no conditions.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Ms. Valentini. So motion to approve with the deletion of variance number 7 as amended, moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 27, 448 Arlington Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, an arborist report prepared by Ashley's Tree Care, presentation material from the agent as well as comparables. We have email correspondence from transportation. They are okay with the application because the parking's on private property. Forestry is asking for condition number 2. We have 18 form letters in support from residents on Arlington Avenue, and that includes 446, which is adjacent, and also residents on Rushton. And I do not have any opposition speakers listed. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, I'm here. I'm Trevor Keir, the agent for 448 Arlington Avenue.
Okay, panel members, we have 2 variances before us, very straightforward. Do you have any questions? Okay, no questions. Okay, Mr. Keir, we're ready to take it into committee for a decision. Anything you want to add that's not in the materials?
No, I think the materials are really complete. That's just to add that it's, you know, we find them minor, appropriate, and there's no change to the zoning or official plans.
Okay. We're in committee, panel members. Mr. Niffel.
Madam Chairman, I think this is a very straightforward application. Those are relatively minor variances. Transportation has no objections, and the neighbor that would be the most impacted, and even then it's not much of an impact, is 446, and they've signed a letter of support. I don't see that there's a downside to this application. I don't think that there is any negative impact, so I'd like to move approval subject to forestry condition number 2.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion? Ms. Hayes, so moved by Mr. Niffel, seconded by Ms. Hayes, including forestry condition 2. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 28, 269 DEWHURST Boulevard North. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevation, previous decisions affecting the subject property, as well as decisions on other properties, 2 properties, 190 Woody Crest, 263 Dewhurst Boulevard North. We have Forestry asking for conditions number 1 and 3. And I don't have any opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Hi, Madam Chair, this is Ozran Stambuk.
Hi. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? No? Okay, Mr. Stambuk, we've read all the materials. We're ready to make a decision on this. Is there anything that you want to add before we go into committee?
No.
Okay, sir. Panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Niffel.
Madam Chairman, there are a lot of variances here, but the cumulative, they don't amount to very much. Each one is quite minor. The proposal is a very modest 2-story building. I must say that it's refreshing to see an integral garage house that's only 2 stories high. I wish we saw more of them. I think that this fits in very nicely to the neighborhood and doesn't create any negative impacts to the existing context. So I'd like to move approval subject to forestry condition 1 and 2.
1 and 3, yeah. It's 1 and 3. I know they're
my
so
mistake,
close.
sorry.
Yeah, they're so close together, so on the chart, it's sometimes hard to tell. Okay, so motion to approve, including forestry conditions 1 and 3, moved by Mr. Niffel, seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? Okay, that motion carries. Item number 29, 186 Parkview Hill Crescent. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, presentation materials from the agent. We have email correspondence from TRCA, and they don't have any concerns. We have a staff report from the TRCA, also correspondence in support from 177 Park Hill Crescent. And I have written in my notes also from 188, 179, 175, and 190. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can. And you are?
My name is Robbie Robinson from MJ Design Consultants.
And you're speaking on behalf
Our address.
That's okay, I don't need
I'm
your-
agent for the owners.
Yeah, you're speaking on their behalf, right?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
I don't think we need a presentation. Let me see if the members have any questions. No? I'm not seeing any questions, Mr. Robinson. We've read the materials. We're ready to make a decision on this. Is there anything you want to add before we go into committee?
No, I think it's all pretty well presented in the material we sent you.
Yeah, always makes it easier for everyone. Thank you. Okay, panel members, we're in committee. Ms. Valentini.
Thank you. This was very well laid out in materials. It's clear what's going on here. It's just a rear 1-story addition to add an enclosed pool. Looking at the plans, I don't see any impact on neighbors. In fact, the addition is going to be projecting as far back as the existing house. So TRCA is also okay with it. So on that basis, and we've got adjacent neighbors supporting it. So in my view, I think it meets the 4 tests. And I don't know if my colleagues want to make any other comments, but if not, I'd like to bring a motion forward for approval of the application without any conditions.
Okay, and I believe Mr. Niffel wants to second. So motion to, did you want a second or did you want to add something, Mr. Niffel?
I was just both. I'm happy to second, but I really feel that I need to comment on the collaboration. This is the way to do a variance application. It's very well done, and the collaboration is really commendable. And I'm pleased to second the motion.
Okay, so motion to approve, moved by Ms. Valentini, seconded by Mr. Niffel. All in favor? Okay, this carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 30, 68 Cloverdale Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We received late yesterday presentation materials from the agent. I do not have any speakers other than the agent. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Sergey Plihanov, and I speak on behalf of the owners.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, we have 3 variances before us, very straightforward. Do you have any questions for the agent? Ms. Hayes?
Just wondering if there's any opportunity to improve the soft landscaping.
Yes, actually, we've been in touch. Well, actually, we were talking to the owners, and one of the possible options that we are currently looking is actually demolishing a garage that is on the back of the property to allow for a soft landscaping so that the people, well, actually the owner can enjoy, their backyard, because this garage is quite old and does require a lot of work, and the owners have no problem actually taking it down and have soft landscaping.
Where would they park?
So there is a street parking actually on the street, and that's where most of the property owners actually parking. They're obtaining the parking from the city, because actually even the right of way is quite narrow, because for the car, to kind of go through, and nobody's parking actually in those garages.
So when you come down the stairs from the house, is that hardscaping already installed, or is that something that you're going to install? And if so, would you consider permeable pavers?
At the front of the house?
No, at the rear.
Oh, at the rear. So I mean, we would propose soft landscaping, but I mean, if we can, move this motion forward, we can actually have the permeable stone, installed.
You're talking the existing hard surface, right, Ms. Hayes?
That's what, yeah, I'm looking at the site plan.
Mm-hmm.
Is that's hard surface now?
That is currently, yes, hard surface now.
Okay, and you're not planning on redoing that?
No, we will convert this into a soft landscaping with the grass.
You would be amenable to a condition should the committee choose to?
So then why are you asking for the variance? Sorry, Madam Chair, sorry.
So at the time of the application, I think the owners they didn't make up their mind in terms of what's happening with the existing garage. It's from the time we have submitted the application for committee of adjustment. It was decided that we can take this garage down and have a loft.
Yeah, sorry, maybe I'm not asking properly, so I apologize. I'm going to state it again then. Between the garage and the house, is there an existing patio? There's hardscaping there, correct?
There is an existing asphalt.
Okay, so you are leaving that?
No, the plan
changing that?
Well, the plan would be to actually change the surface from hard to soft landscaping.
Okay, but then I guess I'm asking, so that's not an immediate thought? It's not part of what you're doing here? So I'm just trying to see whether or not you can improve the soft landscaping variance as we speak today.
Yes.
So if you were to remove that asphalted area or whatever is there that Ms. Hayes is referring to, would that make you comply with the bylaw, and would you be able to remove variance number 1?
Based on the calculations of this area from the proposed addition to the existing garage, I believe that yes, we would meet the 25% requirement.
And if you are saying
So are
that
you
the
about removing very?
No, I was going to say, if you're saying the homeowners intend to do this, then would you be removing that variance today?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Great.
Okay. Any other questions, panel members?
No.
Okay, sir, is there anything else you want to add before we go into committee? And we will be voting on this application as amended with variance number 1 deleted.
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, panel members, we're in committee. I don't know, Mr. Nipfel, I think you were first.
Who else was?
It was you and Joanne almost at the
Okay,
same time again.
Okay, do you want to go ahead, Joanne, because you raised the issue of hard land. That's the only issue with this application was the hard landscaping.
You go ahead, Carl, that's fine.
Such
Okay,
diplomacy,
the only issue with this application was the soft landscape issue. And with variance number 1 removed, this is a slam dunk. It's very easy to support. What's requested is extremely minor and has really no impact on anybody. So I would like to move approval of the revised application. Is that how we're going to refer to it? Is it revised? Amended application?
Alrighty, so motion to approve this application as amended by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 31, 27 Watson Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, an arborist report prepared by the tree doctors, and we had late receipt of 2 form letters in support from number 25 and 29 Watson, so both adjacent neighbors. I only show the agent as a speaker, and do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
And I know who you are, but I need you to say it for the record.
Hi, my name is Joe Dome, 133 Torresdale Avenue, agent for the owner.
Okay, thanks. Yes, my sheet gives me all the names here. All right, we have 2 variances before us, rather. Panel members, do you have any questions? Okay, Mr. Dome, we don't have any questions. We've read the material. We're ready to take this into committee for a decision. Anything you want to add that's not in the submissions?
Well, I'd just like to point out that regarding variance number 1 pertaining to the side yard setbacks, that since the proposed second-story addition is over the existing one-story dwelling, the side yard setbacks are an existing condition.
Oh, okay. Good to know. Thanks. All right, panel members, let's take it into committee. Ms. Valentini and then Ms. Hayes. You guys are like almost at the same time too.
Madam Chair, I'm in support of this application. I think this is extremely minor, and as we've heard, the first variance is triggered by existing conditions. So I don't know if my colleagues have any comments, but I'm prepared to bring a motion forward for approval of the application. I did also note that adjacent neighbors are in support as well. So motion for approval without any conditions.
Okay, did you want a second, Ms. Hayes? Okay, so motion to approve, moved by Ms. Valentini, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? This carries unanimously. Item number 32, 1635 Woodbine Heights Boulevard. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. And I only have the agent listed as a speaker. Do I have him on the line?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Michael Shrazatwar, and I'm the agent on behalf of the homeowners.
Good afternoon. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? Ms. Hayes.
Driveway width. Why are you looking for it so wide? The curb cut is not that wide. Can you expand upon your request there and the necessity or need for it?
So actually,
whether others exist?
So this was actually one item that I wanted to bring to your attention. I was speaking with planning. That was one of their concerns. We're actually going to be able to reduce the driveway width down to the curb cut. So our variance will be reduced down to 5.74 meters. It was an existing condition, basically, why the variance was the way it was previously.
I'm sorry, so you're talking about, we're looking at the notice, so variance number 7, you're changing it to what again, sorry? Is that the right one?
That is correct. So variance number 7 from 6.36 down to 5.74.
5.74? Okay.
Meters, correct.
Okay. Any other changes or just the one?
It's the one. In reality, variance number 6 should technically improve, Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get a hold of the zoning examiner to confirm what that number would be. If I had to take a guess at it, it would probably be closer to 45% soft landscaping. But I can't say for sure.
So do you want to leave it the way it is then, or do you want to?
Correct. Is it, again, this is also an existing non-conforming condition to begin with.
Okay. Yeah, because if you are going to change it, I mean, I think you should be sure of what you can actually put in there.
Correct. So at this point, I don't know what that percentage would be. So I'd rather be what is an existing non-conforming condition, but in reality, it will improve because of the reduction of the driveway width.
Yeah, that makes sense. Panel members, do you have any other questions? Okay, we're ready to go into committee. Is there anything else you want to add that we should be aware of before we do so?
Not at this point, Madam Chair. No.
Okay, thanks. Okay, we're in committee, panel members. Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. I think with the amendment to the driveway width, although it's still quite a bit larger than the bylaw, there are some expanded driveways in the neighborhood. I think what's being requested would result in a built form that's not would not have any adverse impacts. I don't think it's uncharacteristic of what exists in the immediate and broader context of the neighborhood. And if my colleagues have no further comment, I'd be prepared to move a motion to approve the amended application with no conditions.
Okay, so motion to approve the application with variance 7 amended to 5.74 meters, moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 33, 1445 Eglinton Avenue West. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, tree protection plan, floor plans and elevations, covering letter from the agent, an arborist report prepared by Amy Choi Consulting, parking study prepared by Nixon Chan and Adam Pagnello of Leah Consulting, email correspondence from Transportation Services. They don't have any concerns. I'd like to note this is going through site plan approval. We have correspondence in support from a couple of people in 1463 Eglinton Avenue West. 3 of them, 2 have their units listed, 1 does not. Correspondence in opposition from 562 Atlas Avenue. I am not showing any opposition speakers. Okay, do we have?
Madam Chairman, I've declared a conflict on this one, so I'm going to leave.
Yep, thanks for the reminder. I have it written down, forgot to mention it. Okay. Alrighty.
Hi, Ms. Sokolenko, you've been unmuted. Hi, Valeria,
Hello?
are you there?
Hi, Valeria Sokolenko.
Can you hear me? No?
Yeah, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, my name is Valeria Sokolenko of R.E. Miller & Associates. I am speaking on behalf of the owner, Beth Shalom Synagogue.
Okay, panel members, do you need a presentation on this or no? Do you have questions? Ms. Hayes.
Hi, I'd like the agent to speak to the issues that have been raised in the objection from 562 Atlas, please.
Sure, through the chair.
Just with respect to the size of the spots and whether or not that's actually accommodating to most of the vehicles that have been there, and also the exit and the lights shining in.
Yeah, so through the chair, the Bechamel Synagogue is aware of the letter of objection submitted by the neighbors. They have been in communication with the neighbors and have had multiple discussions with them over the last several days to hear out their concerns and to see if there were any possible solutions. The concerns that were raised by the neighbors included, as you mentioned, the size of the spaces in the kind of southern row. We did explore other possible alternatives, but ultimately we found that there was no other kind of design of the parking lot that would facilitate movement through the parking lot. So yes, it is a tight turnaround. It has been approved by Transportation Services, and maneuvering diagrams have been prepared showing how people will be moving in and out of those spaces. The alternative design that I had mentioned was related to kind of angled parking, which would have resulted in a narrower drive aisle width, which would, if anything, limit movement more. With regards to the concerns related to light impacts on the neighbors, we have spoken with them on this item as well. And the Shalom Synagogue is happy to provide some hedges on their property to kind of facilitate and enhance privacy concerns as well as those light impacts. So as mentioned, we have spoken with the neighbors. Although they did not retract their objection letter, they are not kind of present in objection to the application.
Okay, any other questions? No? Okay, Ms. Sokolenko, we're ready to take this into committee to make a decision. Is there anything you want to add that's not in the submissions that we have?
No, that is all. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Okay, panel members, let's take it into committee for a decision. Ms. Valentini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand the complaints and the concerns of the neighbor who's written in terms of, you know, the changes being made. But we do have a report from a parking study report and, you know, diagrams showing that it is functional in terms of it functioning as a parking lot in terms of the variances requested. And we've got transportation has advised they have no objections. So in light of that, I am in support of the application. I can't speak to the fact that these changes are going to result in a dysfunctional parking lot. If we've got consultants and transportation that's on board, then I defer to people who know best about these kind of things. And I do not think. In my view, I think the variances meet the 4 tests, so I will be supporting the application.
Okay. Ms. Hayes.
If that's a motion, I would second it.
Sorry, I'm happy to, I was making a comment, but I'm happy to bring a motion forward for approval without any conditions.
All right, so motion to approve, moved by Ms. Valentini, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 34. 9 Birchview Crescent. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Correspondence in opposition from 11 Birchview. And then I'm showing that a second letter was sent in that we got yesterday. Okay. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes. Andrew Trotter, 81 St. Clair's Avenue.
Okay, hang on 1 second. Do we have the opposition on the line or not? I mean,
Madam Chair, they are present.
they are present. Okay, Mr. Trotter, I do have opposition speakers, the people that sent in the correspondence. So can you do a brief presentation? No more than 5 minutes, please.
Sure. First of all, we can remove item number 1.
Okay,
for the
so,
driveway.
so variance number 1, you're removing it?
Yeah, variance number 1. Variance number 2, we're going to improve from 25.4% or 22.35 meters to 28.45 meters or 32%. And I just want to mention that I think there may have been a miscalculation on the rear yard itself, in that the right-of-way may have been brought into the calculation. If the right-of-way is excluded, there would actually be 37%, but we're fine to stick with that. The problem with this backyard is that it's very low down in a gully, and they have a very, very low on the surface deck that just helps them sort of avoid, you know, slopping around in the mud, especially in the spring and the fall. So that's really sort of the extent of the soft landscaping. And then number 3 is another variance we can eliminate and bring the garage door down to 2.5. And then, so item number 1 and item number 3 we can remove. Alter number 2 and number 4. We can. Number 4 is an existing situation because the back end of the garage is truncated by a retaining wall. As I've mentioned, this is, you know, very steeply down in a ravine, and there's quite a very large retaining wall, which I'll actually mention at this point right now, which was one of the neighbors' concerns about the length of time that this job took to do. And part of it was dealing with this retaining wall, dealing with Bell. The first engineer that was involved in this passed away. COVID, you know, has been an issue too, and so there was a lot of issues moving forward. And then obviously getting to the committee of adjustments is a time, you know, it takes time too. So I don't think I really have anything else to add.
So variance number 4 stays the same though, right?
Stays the same, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so you're deleting variance 1 and 3, and variance number 2 becomes 32%, which is 28.45 meters square.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else before I go to the opposition?
Well, other than you know, I just would say that the garage is really, other than the fact that it's slightly higher, which it doesn't create. We're not here at committee on the height of the garage. We're just here for the truncated length, which is an existing situation, and it's actually smaller than the city wants the garage to be bigger, and the neighbors want the garage to be smaller. So I mean, it's sort of you know, a Mexican standoff. But anyways, that's really all I have to say. So.
Okay.
Mm.
All right. I'll have you back after we hear from the opposition.
Mm.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
I can. I need your name and address.
Your Worship, my name is George Missick. I am the owner with my wife of the neighboring property that directly abuts number 9 at 11 BIRCHVIEW Crescent.
Okay, you have 5 minutes, sir, to state your objections. You did hear that some of the variances have been removed and one has been
Correct,
changed.
but I think the point of contention that should be really accentuated is the 4th point, which obviously is now being sought to remain the way it is. That is actually our biggest objection. The height of the garage impacts us in a very negative way, both in terms of views, shadows, etc. Well, shadows perhaps less so, but views and also our enjoyment of property. The height, first of all, let me begin by a bit of a preamble, if you don't mind. We've been owners of this property for 10 years now, and the situation is this. There's a preponderance of these situations in our neighborhood where there's a shared driveway between the 2 abutting properties, and at its sort of culmination and somewhere before it, there are 2 attached garages, separate and apart from the superstructure of the building. This is what we had, okay? Now, the owner about 3 years ago, despite the difficulties with whatever the issues might have been with the retaining wall and the participants they may have had in the efforts to do that, they took it down about 3 years ago, exposing our wall to the elements, which was not very pleasant to begin with. Second, what we have in our neighborhood is a look and feel, and I don't know whether the esteemed panel members had a chance to review sort of the 12-page document we had sent. But in detail, we show the preponderance of these situations in our neighborhood. And also one in particular I wanted to highlight for you, where last summer, a neighbor of ours on BIRCHVIEW Crescent, which is our street, had demolished with his neighbor the 2 garages. They rebuilt them to the same look and specification or thereabouts. Our objection is to the height. It really is, because it's disjointed. Frankly, it's garish, and we feel it could also not only impact our enjoyment of our property, but also could lead to a diminution of value. We had bought this 10 years ago. We like our place. We don't want it to be encumbered upon by a design that doesn't fit us and does not fit the neighborhood. We detail in our submission from yesterday in the 12 pages, and again, I'm hopeful these team panel members had a chance to review. We detail why it's out of character with the neighborhood, why it's disjointed, why it's garish, and we don't want it, frankly. The height is our biggest objection. And there's a lack of collaboration. First of all, I wanted to highlight that. We've been side-by-side neighbors for 10 years. And the neighbor never consulted us about the scope of the project until sort of these official proceedings. Had we had the opportunity to be involved in the look and feel and scope of the project, maybe we wouldn't have such strong opposition, but we do, because we never were consulted at all. Okay, not in the scope of it, not in the impact of it. There was never a discussion or a collaboration of any kind. And my question also, another one that I think I wanted to highlight, is it necessary? Why is this necessary? Frankly, we all park on the street parking, so the garage is not intended for the car. The shared driveway is narrow enough that our big cars, and we both have SUVs, it wouldn't be really for the parking of the car. It's not necessary. We want to keep it the way it was. And no one else aside from us, with the exception of number 9, wants it rebuilt. Our property has been sort of left like a war zone, and forgive me if that sounds terrible, but it's been left like a war zone for 3 years. No one else aside from wants it rebuilt, but not to these specifications. These are disjointed. They are not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, and they are unnecessary. And most of all, these variances don't meet the 4 tests. I understand Mr. Trotter conceded some of the 3 points, but those are minor in our view. The biggest point and the biggest impact upon us is the height. The height we object to most vociferously, if you will. We really don't like it. We would have loved to have been consulted, which we were not. And the impact not only on our enjoyment of our property, but also on the look of the neighborhood in general. There's a preponderance of properties like ours, and no one has done that. And again, a neighbor down the street, in consultation with his neighbor, had rebuilt their garages, which were dated, built them to the specifications and the size and everything of what had been there before. There were no issues. This is going to be disjointed. It's going to be incongruous, and it's going to impact us negatively in our enjoyment, and also in possibly the diminution of the value of our property. Aside from that, Mama, do you have anything else to say?
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions, Mr. Niffel?
Yeah, also the flat roof doesn't
yes,
fit well with us. I'm sorry, Mr. Niffel. I wanted to add, the flat roof also doesn't fit well with us because we have concerns about drainage. We have a lot of concerns. And, if it's disjointed this way, the flat roof sort of tacked upon our sloping roof, this over time may also become something that's a problem. And whose liability would that be? I mean, the best way to keep everything intact and the way it should be is to have sloping roofs and the scope to be remained. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your kind consideration.
Okay, Mr. Niffel.
Could you clarify in the material that you sent us, exhibit number 3 is, I don't know if Jacob can find that.
I have it in front of me, Mr. Niffel.
The photograph, exhibit number 3. Is the garage on the right-hand side, is that your garage?
It is, yes. The one on the right-hand side is ours, with the exposed wall.
In the plan that
the temporary shed is the neighbor's property.
In the plan we have before us, your garage is shown as being about half the size of the proposed garage. So the drawing must I gather the drawing's not correct, and that yours
drawing
is
are
a
you
double
referring to,
car
Mr.
garage?
Nichol? Mr. Nichol, which drawing are you referring to, please?
The one that was just on the screen before we were talking.
This one? We don't
No,
use
no,
our
that's a
garage for
photograph.
parking. It's a photograph, yeah.
It's a two-car garage though, right? You could park two cars side by side?
No, it's a bit stretched. So our garage could only accommodate one car at best. And it would have to be a small car at that as well.
Okay, and you have a pitched roof. It pitches from the front to the middle and then back down again. Why is there a portion of the roof that's suspended in midair? Is that what's left over after your neighbor took his garage down?
I think yes, upon demolition, number 9 had sort of kept this part jutting out a little bit. I'm presuming in consideration of the precipitation that could have some eroding effect. But again, Mr. Nichol, for the past 3 years, this has been exposed. So we're also unsure what kind of damage this might have caused to date. We're not sure.
Is that wall that would have been between the two garages and is shown in Exhibit 3, does that wall go right up to the other side of the roof?
It goes all the way up to the apex of the roof. Correct. Yes.
So in fact, that portion of roof that looks to be about 2 feet wide, that needs to come down no matter what happens. And then the proposal is to put a flat roof garage right next to that wall, right?
Yes, but in excess of the apex of the roof, the peak of the roof. There's an
Higher
excess
than
of
your
something, like a meter or something.
Yeah.
Yes, correct. And that's our main objection.
Okay,
This
that
is
helps to
disjointed in
clarify.
Congress. Yes, you're correct, Mr. Nichol. Yeah.
Thank you.
And you know, in doing so, I'm sorry to qualify it further if I may.
Well,
Forgive me
I'll
if I can't.
like
I'll
make
stop.
it short, okay? Because I already gave you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that. That is disjointed and incongruous. It's going to create from our window, because also wanted to point out to you, forgive me, from the back windows of the back of our house, like the actual superstructure of the house, we're facing this, and also it obstructs our views. And as we sort of mentioned in our write-up, it would have the sort of prison-like feel. We want to avoid that. I mean, we don't want to be sort of imposed with the structure upon our views, which were prior fine,
I'm
and now
sorry,
now
I
have
have
this
to cut
encumbering
you
our views.
off. I really have to
No, I
cut you off.
understand.
Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Panel members, any more questions of the speaker? Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mizik. Mr. Trotter, can you please speak to the issues raised by Mr. Mizik?
Yes, well, first of all, we're not here for a height variance. So, I mean, that's just to me a non-issue. It is an ancillary building, and my client has unlike the neighbor, has a truncated rear to the garage that makes his much smaller, that he can't do anything about. So, you know, the fact that he's trying to increase some volume in the garage is to move it up, you know, to make it higher like this. And that's just really because of, you know, the lack of space that the one neighbor enjoys that my client doesn't. The neighbor has had an acrimonious relationship with my client for years. I don't even start jobs. I don't even take deposits from people when I know things are going to committee if they don't discuss things with their neighbors first. And that is part of my business. And I'm very strong about that. And I'm very strong about communication. So that this idea, I know that the client was walking with Mr. Mizik, or I think, I'm sorry if I got your name wrong, from the subway not long ago. And they were talking about it. They had, but my client just felt there was no way that there was any way to talk to them about this at all in any way. And I don't really know what to say about the height other than we're not here because of the height. We're not here because of the height. So I don't know what else to say.
Mr. Trotter, there is a variance on height. Can you explain it?
There's no variance on height on this.
Variance number 3.
He's removed it.
He removed it, Carl. Carl, he removed
Oh, you took it.
variances
Oh, I'm
1 and
sorry.
3. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
And
I
sorry,
forgot, pardon me.
to be clear, that wasn't a variance on the height. That was a variance on the height of the door.
Yeah, it was for the top of the
Yeah, okay,
entrance
got it.
only.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
Miss.
my mistake, sorry.
That's
It's okay.
okay. It's been a long day, Carl. Ms. Valentini?
So how much taller is this garage going to be than the neighbors? Do we have that information, or?
I believe the neighbor himself said it may be a meter higher. I mean, we have this
A
all the time.
meter? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we do second, third floor additions next to second stories and semi-detached.
No,
I
no,
mean,
okay,
this is-
so that's just one question, but it
Okay.
doesn't need a, so that existing garage must be well below the height requirements for the bylaw.
Yes.
The other thing I just wanted to point out to you is I got a little confused in terms of your plans because of the way they're, the directions are labeled, and I think they're mislabeled. Trying to figure out, looking at the location map, north is pointing to the side lot rather than the front. So I think your plans are-
on my site plan, I don't, maybe there is a drawing that's mixed. On the site plan, the arrow is facing north. On AS, sheet AS, the site plan, the arrow is facing north.
Yes, but if we look at the survey and am I misreading it? The survey and even the location map, north
No,
is the
you're
wrong
reading it right.
direction. So I'm just pointing out that your plans are mislabeled in terms of which way is facing which.
Well,
so I'm assuming you're intending to put the garage door facing rather than north, facing west, like.
Okay, let's say that the street, the north arrow is it's not an exact 90-degree arrow. Why don't we say that the rear of the garage faces north, and so does the neighbors. So both doors are facing the same way. They're both facing towards.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify because
Yeah.
I can figure out what you're doing with your plans, but your plans are mislabeled in terms of which elevation is which.
Okay, well, that's your interpretation. I get it. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Any other questions, panel members? No? Okay, anything else you want to add before we go into committee, Mr. Trotter, that wasn't covered?
I can't really think of anything other than, my client has a young family. He's got 2 little boys, and they're just trying to enjoy their home the way the neighbor's trying to enjoy theirs. And sometimes, people have different ideas for their homes than their neighbors. And really, I don't think that this guy's asking for anything, crazy or outrageous. I think it keeps in line with what he needs. I don't think it's too extreme, and I don't think it's extreme at all. I think it's in fitting with the neighborhood, and I don't really see a problem with it.
Okay. Let's take it into committee, panel members. Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate all the work that the owners of number 11 put into their submissions, because it certainly allowed me to understand the context of the issue at hand and what exists in the neighborhood. So thank you for that. Having said that, however, there is no variance for the height of the garage structure before the committee. And we can often find in older neighborhoods, existing structures aren't necessarily as high as the provisions of the bylaw may allow, or as wide, or take up as much lot area. So sometimes that changes with time, but requiring the replacement of something lower than what the bylaw, may permit is or to match what was there isn't necessarily a decision I'd be prepared to make. I think the variance is on whole, given the context of the lot and the improvement in the soft landscaping that has been proposed and the elimination of 2 of the variances, I can support this I will be able to support this application.
Okay, any other comments?
And I'll move a motion
Go ahead.
through, would move a motion to approve the amended, the application as amended. And I do not believe there are any conditions attached to this. So that would be my motion to approve
Okay, so
the
motion,
amended application.
yeah, so motion to approve is moved by Ms. Hayes. That's with variance 1 and 3 deleted, and variance number 2 to read 32%, each equals 28.45 meters squared. So as amended, do I have a seconder? Ms. Valentini, all in favor? Are you in favor, Mr. Niffel, or are you dissenting?
I am. I don't know. I'm not dissenting. I don't like what the end result is, but there are no variances before us that I think are contributing to that result. So yes, I'm in favor.
Okay, so that motion carries unanimously then. Item 35, we have before us, it's 53 Curzon. We have before us copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Late receipt, covering letter from the agent, and email correspondence from planning, and they're asking for a condition. Just give me a second. 35. Okay. Yeah, they're asking to limit the front yard setback variance to the proposed one-story porch enclosure and to mitigate potential privacy and overlook concerns related to the third-story balcony. Variance number 1 be limited to the front proposed one-story porch enclosure in accordance with the dimensions shown on the drawings, the site plan drawings and front elevation and side elevation. Okay, Mr. Trotter, you're back again.
Yes, Andrew Trotter, 81 St. Clair's Avenue.
I don't have any speakers, so I don't think we need a presentation on this one. I'm not sure if there's any questions or not. Any questions, panel members? No? Mr. Trotter, is there anything you want to add other, than what we already have before us? That is
I don't think so.
Okay. All right, let's take it into committee, panel members, for a decision. Anyone? Comments? Ms. Hayes?
Thank you. The existing FSI, if I've read the plans correctly, is 0.66. Although the 0.94 does look quite large, I don't think it's uncharacteristic of what's existing in the neighborhood. The second level is cantilevered a bit to deal with the narrow side yards at the first level, which have been maintained through this. I think that what's being proposed meets the 4 tests under the Planning Act, and if my colleagues have no further comments, I'd be prepared to move a motion to approve the application subject to the planning condition tying it to Plan A5, A6, and I think there's another one, or A5 and A6 regarding the front yard setback limitation and balcony screening on the balcony to a minimum of 1.5 meters.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion? Mr. Niffel? Did you want to say something, Ms. Valentini, or?
So I was just looking at the planning condition. I missed, did you say that it was tied to the site plan as well? You said site plan, then drawing A5, A6? For the front porch for variance number 1?
There's 3 of them listed, but I think
okay, as long as we
staff
include
has
them,
it
I just want to
written
make
down.
sure to have it.
Yeah.
Sorry, the three plan numbers, A5 and I6, and I wrote the other one down incorrectly. So the three plan numbers that are cited in the communication from planning. Thank you. Thanks for that catch.
Okay, so that's moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? That carries.
Sorry, can I ask a clarification?
Yeah.
Can I add a clarification? Was A4 one of the drawings that was referenced?
No.
Would it be possible to add A4 as well? And my only reason is it shows a very small footprint for the top deck. And I would hate to see that entire roof area go to deck. And so I think it's important that the level, the modest scale of the deck be shown, and it's shown on A4.
I guess one of my concerns is not knowing the size of the deck or what the bylaw permits. Are we sure that they might not be able to have something different as of right? I don't know the answer to that question.
But I'm just taking the application at face value and saying that that's what we're looking at. If the proposal was to have that whole roof area as a deck, I'd have concerns, and I'd just like to tie it more to what they've come forward with, which I think is clear on A4.
Staff.
Okay.
I don't know. Did you want to weigh in, Sylvia? I wasn't sure.
If you're going to tie A4 drawing, then it probably should be tied with the second condition, speaking to condition or having a freestanding condition. The other condition that planning is imposing with the drawings is for the variance number 1 related to front yard setback. So if you're speaking about the roof plan or third floor plan.
So maybe we could say that could we say that the new fourth story deck or the new deck is to be as shown on drawing A4? Can we say that? Because it shows a size. It's 1.3 and 4 and I'm just concerned that we tie it to that rather than the whole roof. 3.04 by 1.3. So my only objective was to tie the size or the size and location of the deck to that drawing.
Okay, so you're modifying the second planning condition to say the rear third story balcony is constructed with a screening 1.5 meters and then restricting the size to 1.3 meters and 3.04 meters. Is that what you're saying?
No, I think it's getting too complicated.
Yeah,
okay,
the planning condition.
Sorry, the drawing shows the balcony as 4 meters squared, which is permitted under the bylaw. So if they wanted to build anything bigger, they'd have to come back. Are you looking, Carl, to prohibit? Like they could still come back and ask for another variance, but what's on the plan is the maximum of what's permitted under the bylaw. That's why there's no variance for the balcony.
Yeah. Okay. Well, leave it off if you want. I just think that's what he proposed, and that's what I'm prepared to approve. If it was located in a different way and it created a privacy concern, I don't see, frankly, the need for the screen with this deck where it is.
Yeah.
Well,
it's set back so far from the edge.
So why not just go with the planning conditions as outlined and then a second condition that the deck be constructed as shown on Plan A4? Can we do that?
Without any screening.
Do you want screening, Carl?
I'm happy with that. I don't need screening, no, because I think it's set back.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm prepared to amend my motion. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so
and there's a little typo
sorry about
that
that.
it says ATJ. I think it's AJT Design is the name of the. I just noticed that when I was looking at the plans.
Okay.
Just it's a typo in the planning condition. That's all. Nothing turns on it.
Yeah. All right, so then the motion is to approve the application with the conditions as outlined by planning, and then another condition that the deck be constructed as shown on drawing A4. Okay, and that was moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, the next item is item number 36, 231 Symington Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of the property, covering letter from the agent, as well as a shadow study. We have 1 signature petition in support from 229, which is adjacent. I don't have any speakers other than the agent. Are you on the line, sir?
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Bomdad Baghdadi from BBA Design Studio, Inc. I'm the architect and the applicant for this application before you today.
Okay, welcome back again. Panel members, we have 1 variance before us. Any questions for the agent? No? Okay, Mr. Baghdadi, I believe we're ready to take this into committee. Anything you want to add? We've read the materials, so anything other than the materials we have before us?
No, I'm not going to add anything else. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Panel members, we're in committee. Ms. Valentini.
Thank you. I'm supportive of this application. I noted it's just 1 variance. And I did note that the existing FSI is 0.66, so it's already slightly over. So I'm in support of this application. I don't know if my colleagues would have anything to add, but I'd like to bring a motion forward for approval. And I don't believe there are any conditions. I'm not sure if my colleagues are going to want a condition with respect to privacy screening on the 3rd floor deck, maybe, but
Mr. Nipfel?
I'm prepared.
I think you need it on both the 2nd and the 3rd floor deck on both sides.
I noticed on the plans it has 1.5 meters high vegetative privacy screen, and I know that's an issue. We normally require it to be opaque. So why don't we do 1.5 meter opaque privacy screen? And you want both decks on the north and south side of the 2nd and 3rd rear story decks?
Well, they're both, the deck on this, yeah.
The deck on the 2nd story isn't that big. I don't know if it really needs it, but.
Okay, the 3rd story, yeah, I agree. The one on the 2nd floor is quite shallow. The one on the 3rd floor is higher.
Okay, so my motion would be
I would
approval,
agree with the 3rd floor.
subject to screening on the north and south side of the 3rd story deck at a opaque screening at 1.5 meters high.
Okay, so that's moved by Ms. Valentini, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? That motion carries with that condition. Item number 37, 80 HILLCREST Drive. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevation. We have an arborist report prepared by Kuntz Forestry Consulting. Correspondence in opposition from 82 and 78, so both adjacent properties, as well as 87. We have an 11 signature support petition signed by owners of HILLCREST Drive, Brackendale Hill Road, and I have 1 speaker listed in opposition. So do I have the agent on the line? Oh, and actually, yes. While you're getting the agent, we also received late correspondence in opposition from 89 and 87 HILLCREST.
May I introduce myself? Madam Chair and members of the committee, I'm Stephen Fong, architect and agent on behalf of the owner.
Well, hello. I will need you to do a presentation, no more than 5 minutes. I have 1 person who will be speaking in opposition.
Yes.
Madam Chair, just to interrupt for 1 second, did you say that it was a petition in support or in opposition?
Well, hang on, I'm reading my sheets here. Yeah, I have actually 1 in, yeah, it shows in my sheets in support, but I sort of remember last night reading, and I think that's incorrect. I think
Just-
your opposition, yeah. Is that what you had in your observations from going through it also? Yeah, sorry,
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
think it's
reading my
opposition.
sheet, but in my notes, I did note that also, so
I,
thanks.
I believe that is incorrect. They are in opposition. The
Yeah,
petition
thanks
is in
for
opposition.
clarifying. It's, I did have it in my notes from my review yesterday, but I'm kind of reading off my sheets here, so. Okay, thanks for clarifying, and we'll start the clock now, so go ahead.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, what you have before you is a request for one variance, and that is for gross floor area. The improvements that we are proposing square up a jumbled series of rear additions done in the 1950s. We think it's a very simple addition to the rear of this house. We note the letters for this project. There were 2 letters from across the street and 3 signatures from across the street. And on the side of the street where this house is located, there's 1 letter and 2 signatures. We note the significant letter is from the adjacent house to the north. And it is a letter that, when we read it through, is in objection because of blocking sunlight and view. We note that there is no variance being sought in terms of length. There's no variance being sought in terms of height. All of these 2 things are as of right. We feel this development or our renovation proposal is in keeping with the neighborhood. We note that there was a committee of adjustment decision on the house to the south, number 78, and that in fact our length is less than that, what was granted to that house. And our gross floor area that we're proposing is less. So our gross floor, our FSI proposed is 0.45. The house to the south of us got an FSI of 0.92. We also note that in terms of length on the side of the street where this house is located, 1, 2, 3, 5 of the houses have a length that exceeds or are equal to what we are proposing. And only 2 houses on the side of the street have something that's less, and our house was one of them. So we are bringing this particular property, number 80, in line with essentially 5 properties on this side of the street. So in conclusion, we feel that this proposal is in keeping with the character and the level of development of houses in this neighborhood.
Mr. Fong, I thought I heard you say 0.45 times. Was that a slip of the tongue? Because in the notice it says 0.47.
Oh, yes, it was. Sorry.
Okay, just wanted to make sure. All right, Mr. Obi, we're finally at your item.
Hello.
Hi. Okay, if I can just get you to state your name and address for the record, and then we'll start the clock. You'll have 5 minutes.
Certainly. My name is Robert Obi Tower. Obi Tower is a 2-part last name. And we are at 78 HILLCREST Drive. We just want to start off by saying that we have been characterized as being in opposition to this in the list of materials. When we submitted our letter, it actually was not, we didn't submit it as a letter of opposition. We didn't qualify it anyway. We are not necessarily opposed to what they're looking to do. You know, it seems to me that they have the right to extend their house and that it is in keeping with the neighborhood. Our objection is not about that. Our objection, or our concern really, is about preservation of a tree that's on our property. It's a red oak that our arborist has told us is likely over 100 years old. It is a gorgeous, healthy tree that shades our property. and 80 Hillcrest, and I imagine provide shade for 82 Hillcrest and the houses that are behind it. It is a massive tree. It has a circumference of, I think, 121 centimeters. And so it's a large TPZ for this tree. And there has been a massive amount of construction at this site with no protection for the tree. Except, I will offer, if you look at their plan, it shows that there's a garage there and that there's a concrete driveway or an asphalt driveway, I can't remember which it is, that partially cover the TPZ. And all along, they have claimed, or I should say their project manager, not they, because I don't know the owners. But the project manager has said, we don't have to put anything up, don't worry about it. There's a garage there, there's, the driveway there. We can't, back a machine into the tree. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. While our arborist told us that one of the biggest concerns with a large tree like this is soil compaction, and that whether or not you have hardscape over any part of the area, driving machinery over and over and over and over it and putting roll-off bins on it and piling debris on that space could damage the roots and could cause significant failure of the tree. So our concern is that the documents that they have submitted, some of them show the tree, some of them don't. The tree declaration says that there are no trees affected. I think it's page 2 of their application shows a site plan. It's labeled site plan A100. It doesn't show the tree at all. And there are just places where the documentation doesn't all hang together. We would like for this decision to be made, taking accurate information into account, so that everything that can be done to preserve this tree, which hangs over both of our houses, is preserved.
Okay, panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? No? Okay, Mr. Fong.
Sorry, Madam Chair, we do have a second participant. It was a late registration.
Oh, we do? Okay. Who is it? Okay, well, just put them through. I'll just ask.
Why don't you,
Hi, Mr. Irving Brown.
oh, just a minute, I'm on. Hold on, Janine. Hello? Yes. Irving Brown,
Hi, sir. What's your address?
89 Hillcrest Drive.
Okay, and you want to speak to this item, number
Yes, I
80?
do.
Okay, so we'll start the clock now. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Okay, just a minute. You had announced only one speaker.
Well, I only have one listed because you apparently registered late, so I was just told verbally now, so go ahead.
Okay. Well, I live at 89 Hillcrest Drive, which is more or less across the street from number 80. And I did write a letter of objection. I was the late one. I just want to bring to attention of the committee one of my objections, which is in addition to my objection to the increase of the FSI from 0.33 to 0.47. This is Janine Zen at 82 Hillcrest, who wrote a separate letter, has outlined her objections to the variance. Her house is immediately north of number 80, and she would lose the view to the south and have diminished sunlight. Now, I live across the street from her house as well, of course. In 2018 and 2019, construction was done at 91 Hillcrest, which is the property immediately north of me. And it was a very similar application in the sense that, similar to the current application, in that the small rear ground floor extension was replaced by a rear two-story addition. There was a very marked change in my view. I could no longer see the greenery to north from my deck, and there's a lot of greenery in this area. Instead of the previous view, I now face a two-story brick wall, only 2.7 meters. That's about 9 feet away from the entire side of my deck. And this is markedly interfere with the enjoyment of my property. Mrs. Zen has outlined similar problems of view, with the added problem of the blocking of sunlight due to the height and closeness of the proposed addition. I would like the committee to consider requiring some kind of changes to take care of these concerns, and changes such as perhaps reducing the height or a setback or finding floor space somewhere else. But I think until this concern of Mrs. Zen is addressed and some acceptable alternative is found, that the committee should definitely reject this application. Thank you.
Okay, panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you, sir.
Could I just say one more thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have Mrs. Zen as a speaker?
We have the agent is speaking on the owner's behalf.
But Mrs. Zen is
Sorry, Madam Chair, we just received some information that Janine Zend is not the owner, so she's here to speak in opposition.
She was speaking in, she was supposed to speak in opposition. And
Okay, sorry, I have her listed as the owner on my sheets, but apparently she's not the owner, so I'll go to her next. So thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Thank you for correcting it.
Okay.
Hi, Miss Zen, you've been unmuted.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can. Can you please give me your name and address, please?
My name is Janine Zand. My address is 82 Hillcrest Drive, of which I'm the owner, not of 80.
Yeah, we had the wrong information, so apologies for that. You have 5 minutes, and the clock starts now. Go ahead.
82 Hillcrest Drive is immediately north of the subject property, and it has been my family home since 1973. From here, I enjoy the charm, calm, character, and views of the Bracondale Hill neighborhood. 80 and 82 Hillcrest Drive are separated by a narrow walkway just over 2 meters wide between their north and south walls. These two walls, 2 levels high, run in parallel from the street to the rear for about 11 meters. However, the last 3.5 meters at the rear end of 80 Hillcrest existed only on the main level. The application asked for its north wall to include a second floor. The roof would also produce further at the rear. As shown on drawing A201 number 8 from my written submission that you may want to project, it would result in new wall roof structures facing the rear end of my south wall, totaling about 33 square meters. My sunroom on the main floor and master bedroom above would face this 33 square meter structure, blocking all sunlight and views southward to trees, greenery, and pleasant rooftops. Very significant shadows would be projected on the south side of my property, on the house, patio, garden, and green space from midday to late afternoon. Shadows cast on my garden would substantially degrade the experience of outdoor living. Sunlight, sky view, and privacy I have enjoyed would be usually diminished by the height and scale of this proposed addition, which would effectively overshadow my patio from midday on. It would also dramatically block the view. The addition, with its huge openings on both main and second floor at the rear, would be a significant invasion of privacy, compared to the previously existing rear wall setback 3.5 meters and with small windows. The former L-shaped rear extension with a floor space of 13 square meters on the main floor would be replaced by a 2-story rear addition of 80 square meter floor space. This would add more than 5 times the floor space of the former extension. It would bring the FSI to 0.47, 34% over the allowed FSI. Such an increase is not inconsequential. Building extensions in close proximity to neighborhood homes is not consistent with the original plan of this neighborhood. Erecting a wall just over 2 meters from my windows on both levels would be very intrusive. Combined with the FSI increase, it is certainly not a minor variance. Last September, I asked Brian Bacala to consider a setback at the second floor level of his proposed addition to somewhat alleviate the impact on my home. He immediately and fully dismissed my suggestion without any discussion. I respectfully ask the committee to consider a setback as a condition for approval of the requested variance. Drawing A201 number 4 from my written submission shows 2 windows on the second floor. The square window at the east end does not exist. There is a chimney coming up from the kitchen at that location. I am concerned that the drawing erroneously represented on both the existing and proposed north elevation. The large window on the second level again shows on the applicant drawings number 302 and 403. I object to having a window there, causing further invasion of privacy, and respectfully ask that these drawings be corrected. I am also very concerned by the building demolition process which started last August without respecting compliance to regulations nor care for safety. An order to comply with the October 7 building permit was issued on February 3. Urban Forestry issued a stop work order on February 11. Last August 29, the chimney on the north side was removed above the roof, and a brick fell on my AC compressor in the walkway between the houses, making it inoperable.
Ms. Zen?
It was repaired. I'm just finished, and I just want to thank you for your time and attention and your consideration.
All right, thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Seeing none. Okay. Mr. Fong, can you please speak to the issues raised by the neighbors?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. With regard to number 78 and the tree, I believe we fully agree with him that that tree should be protected, and I don't see it as a condition of that a committee would comment on, but I think we're in agreement and working together with the neighbor and hopefully the building department. I think we would certainly want to comply with all regulations with regard to protection of that tree. With regard to the comments from the neighbors at number 89 and number 82, again, we'd like to reiterate that in terms of length and height, we're not asking for anything, that this is as of right, and we feel the proposed renovation is in keeping with how the planning department would see this neighborhood and the massing that would be typical for the neighborhood. We believe the proposed FSI of 0.47 is reasonable for this neighborhood, and we believe it is in keeping with the houses on both sides of HILLCREST and on the houses on Brackendale Hill Road that are share the backyards.
Okay, Panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Fong? Mr. Niffel?
Mr. Fong, I have a question about the red oak tree. The gentleman next door on 78 indicated that the contractor or the person in charge of construction has been running vehicles over the area and compacting the earth and so forth. And as I look at the drawings, the tree is midway towards the length of the garage and then over into the adjacent property. But it doesn't look as though there's any construction activity going on in that area. Am I wrong? Is the garage staying, and is there any reason for construction activity be going on in the proximity of the tree?
I can only conjecture on this, and my conjecture would be that the drip line of the tree, as the owner of number 78 said, it's a large tree, probably extends over part of the driveway to the west or in front of the garage. And probably the contractor had equipment or something on there. And again, that would be something that I would agree with the owner of number 78 should not be done.
Could you suggest that we could add that would protect that area? I agree with you and with the adjacent owner, and perhaps the workmen on the site aren't seeing it the way you and I are, and condition might help.
I think we would be amenable to that.
Thank you.
Ms. Valentini, did you have a question?
No, what was the condition that was being suggested? I think I froze, so my internet.
No one suggested the condition. I asked Mr. Fong if he had a suggestion. It sounds to me as though we need fencing to protect the tree, but I'm not sure where it goes. And I'm wondering if it's something we could ask forestry to assist with. But I think it's a valid request. I really do. And I would argue that probably if the tree if the ground is being compacted, it's not an intentional thing. It's the workmen aren't aware that it's an important issue. And I think preservation fencing around the tree is good, but I don't know where to put it.
I haven't, our conditions that we have don't speak to that.
Is it the applicant agrees to work with forestry to provide for a preservation measure protecting the red oak tree on the property yet? Is that something that
is that something
the
we
deputy
could put in?
secretary could assist us with? Is that something we could say?
So you're suggesting that the owner erect protective fencing around the red oak tree?
I think what he suggests, what Mr. Niffel's suggesting, that we put a condition in that there is like dialogue with forestry to ensure appropriate protection for the neighbor's red oak tree. Because the drip
Exactly.
line,
Because we don't know where to put it.
drip lines cross over into the into number 80.
Urban forestry hasn't identified anything, so it's well beyond the construction zone per se. And you can't really, I mean, it's just dialogue with the forestry staff.
Can we put it in the notes then if we can't put it as a condition?
You could add it as a for the record, I guess, but it's not real, a dialogue isn't really a condition.
What is the problem with actually putting a condition that the applicant work with forestry to assist in the preservation of the tree? That's basically using city assets to try and protect a tree that everybody, the applicant and the neighbor, agree is valuable.
Forestry, through you, Madam Chair, forestry didn't request it, so there's no condition for any type of tree preservation that forestry has indicated. It's you know, they
But
may.
can-
How's
can
it
we
in,
not
It's like
initiate-
Carl, how,
imposing a
if they
condition
fail
that
to,
they didn't require to their satisfaction, it can become problematic.
But if they fail to identify it, because it would be on the private tree inventory, because it sounds like it's a pretty big tree, would there be any harm in putting the condition on? I mean,
I'll just check to see if there was a tree declaration filed with it.
I know there's an arborist report, but yeah, okay, if you can check that. Okay, while staff's checking that, anything else, panel members? Any other questions for Mr. Fong?
Madam Chairman, if this is going to prove a problem, I still think the tree's really important, and I wouldn't want the application to fail because of it. Is it, as an alternative, can we put a note that because we do have agreement from both parties, that the applicant and the owner of property at 78 Hillcrest have agreed to work together on the preservation of the red oak tree, and we take them at their word that they would work together and attempt to try and save the tree. It's a remarkably big tree.
We would be amenable to a note being placed on file.
I think we may have to rely on the commitment given by the applicant's agent here, that they would abide by their assertions at this hearing. But I don't think we can make that as a specific condition to the consideration of the actual variances. Because I'm not sure how you demonstrate if it's been met or not.
Okay, then I think a note is better than nothing. I would like to see the tree preserved, and I'm not as worried about the wording here because we seem to have a goodwill on both parts to try and preserve this. If there are no other issues, Madam Chairman, I don't want to hold us up. I'm wondering and I don't think there's any other issue that warrants concern in this application. It's very straightforward. I don't really think
Hang on
that it really
one
doesn't.
second. Sylvia, are you still looking, or?
I'm just looking in the file. There is a tree preservation plan, and there is a tree declaration. Presumably, forestry would have seen this. I'm not sure why it wasn't included with the members' package offhand.
So I think if we can just put in the notes that every effort will be made by the applicant to speak with forestry and to ensure that every effort's made to protect that big red oak tree on 78.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Nifl, go ahead.
Well, with that as a condition, Madam Chairman, I think the application is commendable. The lady next door had very specific concerns about windows and things, which I think that's a detail level that we really shouldn't be dealing with here. My only concern, frankly, was the tree. I think the proposal is modest and compatible. And so with the note about the cooperation trying to preserve to move the application to the condition.
Okay, Carl, I believe you're moving a motion with the note that outlined for forestry, working with the applicant to protect the tree. So that's moved by, I've lost Mr. Nipfel, but he did move the motion. Are you seconding, Ms. Hayes?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you not hear?
Yeah, you're back. No, totally lost you visually too. Okay, so that's seconded
Okay, well,
that's seconded by Ms. Hayes then. So motion moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? That carries unanimously. I would like to take 10-minute break. So I lost my computer now. Okay, we'll be back at 6:40. Oh, boy. I'm fading, and I'm looking, why is there so many sheets? But 39 is a deferral. Yeah, just 39. Okay, panel members, Carl, if you can hear me, I'm going to just read what's before us. The next item is item number 38, 247 Ferris Road. Okay, we have before us a copy of the draft plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, a covering letter from the owners, correspondence in support from 250, and form letters in support from 240, 242, 250 Ferris Road, and 4 Glenburn Avenue. And then we got a late receipt yesterday, cover letter from the agent. And do you have the third speaker on the line? So I'm not sure.
Madam Chair, so we have the architect who's going to be speaking on behalf of the agent, and we have the speaker.
Yeah, do you have Tanya?
Yes.
Can you just put her on, because I'm not sure if she's speaking in opposition or support.
Hi, Tanya, you've been
Hi, to confirm, this is Tanya.
Hi, Tanya.
Hi.
Are you speaking?
Yes.
Are you speaking in opposition to this?
No.
Are you in support? Are you just listening, or?
We're in support, but to be quite honest with you, and I was going to preface this by saying I'm sure whether these are the issues that the committee would comment on. From our household, we were mainly concerned with the issues of accountability from the actual process of the demolition and construction itself, not being in opposition to the project itself.
Yeah, you're right. We don't have jurisdiction over that. These are things that you'd have to work out in terms of the construction and how it will impact you and concerns you have. You'd need to work it out with the neighbor as well as the agent. We only deal with the variances that are before us today.
Yes, so if that's the case, then we will just take a listening role, because as long as everything is by the books, obviously, and that's what the committee will be doing, we have no concerns in that regard.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Is it Mr. Sprague speaking? Okay, Mr. Sprague, are you there?
Yes, Tom Sprague, Sprague and Company Architects, and
let me see if we need a presentation, Mr. Sprague. The committee members may just want to go to questions. Panel members, do you need a presentation on this one? No? Do you have any questions for Mr. Sprague? Mr. Nipfel and then Ms. Hayes.
Mr. Sprague, could you share with us some lot analysis so we know how these lots compare to lots in the neighborhood?
yes, I will for sure. With respect, I'll just do a little bit of background on this for you, for the committee's information. First of all, on this particular project, there's been a great deal of communication with the owner and planning staff and community planning. They're both supportive of what's being proposed, both the variances with respect to the severance and the severance. In doing so, on Ferris, actually, of 74 houses on the street, presently it is the second widest at the street of all the other houses. I should say in this particular area too, it's a real mix of building types. New houses, for example, right across the street on Glenburn, directly across number 3 Glenburn, it's a 6-story apartment building. Behind the property is also a 5-story apartment buildings. So what's being proposed here, and this is what went through very carefully with planning, was that in fact it is a very large in terms of what's there now. So so in their opinion and ours, what was being proposed here and is in their estimation was they were supportive of it. So that's a bit of background on that. I should also say that with respect to all the owners have spent not only time with the planning staff, but they also did spend a lot of time talking to all the neighbors who are supportive. Now, the one neighbor, and I suspect it's the person that just phoned a second ago, was concerned about, it had written a letter about the concerns, not with the variances, but rather with the construction process. And I did go and meet with them, number 249 Ferris, next door, and explain to the gentleman there what the procedures during the construction. And actually, we do now have a letter of support from them, which was filed yesterday. So I don't know if that's sort of long-winded answering your question, but I do feel, in my opinion, the other thing to be aware of is that, in my opinion, the variances for the proposals are minor and reasonable. And also in terms of development on the property, we're well below the allowable FSI. I mean, we're allowed to go to 0.6, and both the homes are about 0.48. Similarly, with lot coverage, where you can go up to 0.35 times, and we are now around 0.24, so well below from that standpoint. So just to summarize from our end, I honestly feel that is certainly there's lots all across the street. They're going up Glenburn, their apartments, covering the whole property basically. So I do feel what's being proposed with the scale and the size of everything in the area, this is appropriate.
Does that answer your question?
Thank you, Mr. Sprague. But I wanted to know if there are other properties in the area that are the same size as what would Part 1 and Part 2 would be after the severance.
I believe there is on the street. They'd be similar. But the smaller ones are, yes, that's what they are. They're basically 30 feet. And yes, so there are other ones. Don't have an exact number on that. No, I don't. But yeah, as I said, it's a real mix, the whole street. So it's not as if there's a consistency everywhere.
I think it would be very helpful in the future if you have severances, if you could, submit a bit of a lot study in the close proximity in the same block. It would be very helpful to committee. I think that was what Mr. Niffel was getting at. Any other questions, panel members? Okay, Mr. Sprague, we don't have any other questions. We are ready to take this into committee for a decision. Anything you want to add that's not in the submissions or that has not already been mentioned?
No, I just feel that there's a lot of support with all the neighbors and to try to. So I do feel it's appropriate. I do, and as I said, in this case, there was a lot of communication with the planning department.
Okay. Panel members, will take it into committee for a decision. Ms. Valentini.
Well, I agree. A lot analysis is always the most helpful tool for us in terms of looking at lot size. I do agree with and accept what the agent has said in terms of being a varied lot size in the neighborhood, and this being one of the largest lots in this vicinity. So, and I did note, and I think it was in the Mr. Sprague's materials, that the lots are quite deep too. So these are big lots, 200 feet deep. So I don't see any issue in terms of the severance. I think there are smaller lots on the street, and given the varied nature of the size of the lot, I think that this consent or severing the lot will still be compatible with the fabric of the neighborhood. So I'm in support of the severance, and I also have no issues in terms of the variances being requested.
Okay, if there are no other comments, you can go ahead with a motion.
Okay, thank you. That being said, I'd like to bring a motion. Should I do one motion for all the one motion for?
I think, and then just I think we need to include standard consent and engineering conditions.
Yep. Okay, so motion for approval
just standard conditions, I'm told, is fine.
Okay. Motion for approval of the consent with the standard consent conditions attached. There are no other conditions for that. And then motion for approval for the variances for both Part 1 and Part 2. And again, I don't see any conditions being requested by staff, so without any conditions.
All right, do I have a seconder? Okay, so that motion has been moved by Ms. Valentini, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Okay, thank you. item number 39, 236 Cedric Avenue. We have before us a copy of the draft plan of survey, copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a description of the easement from the agent as well as a deferral request, email correspondence from planning. We have an engineering conditions. Forestry is asking for conditions 1, 2, and 3 on parts, on all parts, I believe, and correspondence in opposition from 234 Cedric Avenue. And I believe the deferral is to correct a legal description. Do I have the agent on the line?
Good evening, Madam Chair, members. Ida Evangelista on behalf of the owner of 236 Cedric. I am asking for a deferral for this property. It has come to our attention that the legal description on the consent application, we just want to verify that it is correct in the event that there are any, future problems, because there is a right-of-way between 234 and 36 and 36 and 38. So I respectfully request deferral for this project.
Okay, just bear with me a second. I do show 2 people speaking. I'm not sure if we have them on the line.
Hello?
Hi, Mr. Martins.
Yes, hi, it's Pedro Martins.
Hi, Mr. Martins. At this point in time, I realize you may have been waiting a long time. We're not actually hearing the application. The agent needs to make some corrections to the legal descriptions of the property, so they've asked for a deferral, which means that if the deferral is granted, this would be recirculated and rescheduled at a future date once they come back to the city with the correct materials and the verifications.
Okay, this has costed me a whole complete day of wages, not including what I had to pay the lawyer to look at these drawings and the application. Is the reason for deferral that important that we can't have the hearing despite of the description issues?
Well, they're asking for it for a reason. Did you have objections to this application?
Yes, I do.
I mean, the positive of if a deferral is granted is that it does give the opportunity for the agent and the homeowner to discuss concerns with you during that deferral period also.
Nobody's approached me to this point. I don't think they have any intentions of approaching me at all.
Well, I don't know. We can ask them that. I have another person listed here at the same address.
That's my wife, co-owner of the property.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just go back to the agent for a minute and ask them if they would be willing if a deferral is granted to speak with you. I'm not sure what your concerns are, but just bear with me.
Well, my concerns is that the lots, the variances that they're asking for in the side lot setbacks are going to interfere with the right of way on 238. And they're asking for the variance they're asking on the south lot line is too close to my house. I have windows on the house and I'm worried about fire separation.
Okay, so you're concerned about side yard setbacks on both sides.
Yes,
okay. All right.
on both sides.
Okay, let me go back to the agent for 1 minute. Ida, are you there?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm here.
If the variance, if the variance is granted, would you be able to have some conversations with the neighbors? It sounds like there haven't been any. Or if the
yes,
variance...
most definitely. Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Not very well. You sound a little bit muffled.
Okay. Yes, I'm quite far. So we did approach the neighbors on the onset. We will have future communication with them. The reason for, and I understand that their concerns is related to the right-of-way, and that's part of the main reason why we are asking for a deferral, because we do want to clarify we do not encroach the right-of-way on either side, but we do want to just confirm that the legal descriptions are correct and that everything is in order for future. And most definitely, as you know, Madam Chair, members, I always talk to the neighbors. And I just wanted to knowing that there was a deferral here until, for lack of better words, until we got, all our ducks in a row. And then we can actually sit down and have a conversation and work everything out.
Okay, so you would be able to have a discussion regarding the side yard setbacks concerns?
Yes, most definitely.
Okay, Mr. Martins, as I said, I'm going to take this into committee to ask the members how they feel about the deferral. Having said that, should the deferral be granted, we will put it in the notes that part of the reason for the deferral, in addition for the agent's reasons, is to be able to have some dialogue regarding your concerns with the agent, okay? All right.
Yeah, okay. The person who just spoke there contradicted themselves. They say they're not encroaching on the right of way, but at a 0.48 meter setback, which is 18 inches on the north lot line, they are building directly on the right of way. There's a 3-inch overlay of the new building onto the right of way. So they're contradicting themselves as it is. And they said that they have reached out and that they did reach out to us. Nobody has spoken to me.
Okay,
I
don't know who spoke to who or who didn't speak to who, but the reason for the deferral is there's legal descriptions associated with the properties that are going to address some of these concerns, and in addition, the agent has committed to speaking with you. I mean, she knows you've been here now, so it's in everybody's best interest to have a conversation before this comes back before committee, should the deferral be granted.
Okay, I don't know what else to say besides losing a day's pay and paying lawyers and then having to pay again to relook at this and then losing another day's pay. People should be, this is a corporation. Obviously, it's not their first time coming up in front of the Committee of Adjustments. They should have been prepared. This application has been almost 2 years in the running. There's no reason to come to this point to ask for a deferral now. To me, it just seems ridiculous and a total utter waste of my time and anybody else's time who has any interest in this.
I'm sorry, I understand your frustration. However, I do have to take it into committee first to see how the members feel about granting a deferral.
I understand.
Okay.
Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, no worries. And again, sorry you've waited so long. It's been a long day for everybody.
Yes, I understand. I understand how these things work.
Okay, Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. I certainly appreciate the frustration of the neighbor. First of all, that we're so far behind today, so they've had to wait a long time. And that something as basic as a legal description, which is an initial part of an application and the filings, was missed up until this point of time. Having said that, however, legal descriptions are critical to be correct in terms of assessing the application, and also if one were to approve anything that it be noted correctly. So having said that, because the legal description is so important, I would be in agreement to defer the application. However, on the condition that the applicant reach out to the neighbor at the earliest available opportunity when they have the legal description corrected. And if there are any changes to plans or variances that are going to be requested, that those be communicated to the neighbor in advance of the public notice that goes out from the committee. That would be my motion.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion? Are you seconding, Carl, or did you want to add something?
I also have a question for the applicant or whoever. We have an email from planning, and I'm just wondering if it's still valid. it sounds as though this project is still being revised. It says, "Thank you for sharing the zoning notice. My concerns remain and I'll be happy to review revised site plans." That's the last that we have from planning. Is that still current? So are there outstanding planning concerns with this application? Because if there are, I think that it should be added to the motion.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Yep.
We made adjustments. We made modifications to the plans where we stepped back the front and the back of the home of the third story, and they planning was okay with our recent changes, because all the changes, modifications that we made to the plans was in accordance to their suggestions and recommendations. So what I will do, through you, Madam Chair, to Member Netfeld, I will have planning perhaps maybe send a revised email stating that, we have met their concerns.
Okay, and you'll show the revised plans to the people at 238 then?
Most definitely. Most definitely.
Okay, Madam Chair, sorry. Based on that, I'm happy to second the motion.
Okay, so motion to defer, including a condition that the applicant be required to reach out to the neighbor at 234 to show them the legal description as well as any revised plans, and to discuss their concerns related to side yard setbacks. Okay, so that's moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Niffel. All in favor? So that carries, so the matter's been deferred. Item number 40, 59R Hepburn Street. We have before us a copy of the draft plan of survey, copy of plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from the architect, a stormwater management report, a staff report from development engineering asking for a condition. We would need standard consent conditions. Forestry's asking for condition number 3 on parts 1 and 2. We, let's see, I have a planning report that came in late. They're asking for refusal and correspondence in opposition from number 57. And I am showing 6 speakers, although one is listed in interest. Do you have all 6? Yeah? Okay. All right, do I have the agent on the line?
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Can you just state your name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Hassam Rostami, and I'm the architect and the agent on behalf of the owner of the property.
Okay, good evening. We do have objectors. Can you please give us a presentation? No more than 5 minutes, please.
Yeah, I know it's been a long day, so I'll try my best to make it really concise. So, good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee. This is a property at 59R Hepburn Street. It's a very odd property in a sense. Sorry, staff, can I have the cover letter up? Because I'm going to go through some material there that would be really helpful to look at.
Any particular page?
Starting from the very beginning. Then
the map or the print?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this is good enough. The first, some of the minor variances that has been asked are truly minor in nature, but I wanted to add that the issue that both planning and servicing department had with this application is that nobody knew how to deal with a property on a lane that is not attached to a principal house. So this is an independent parcel of lot that is like a peninsula between 3 laneways and has no principal building attached to it. It has been like this for 100 years, more than 100 years, and it is on a Bill Cameron lane. So the first couple of variances are very minor in nature, like 6 inches or 8 inches coming into the side lot setback. The second variance is talking about, that's the yellow map, is talking about the minimum required lot area. But as you can see, all those semi-detached houses on HEPBOURNE Street, they're all varying between 130 to 110 square meters in area, and we are asking for 121 square meters in area. If you go to the next page, the third variance is talking about the lot frontage, and even though these two parcels are going to be each 10 and 11 meters facing to Cameron Lane respectively, just because we do not have a street, front, that's considered zero lot frontage, and hence the variance that you're looking at. Variance number 4 is talking about just the backing of it needs to be at least 3.5 meter frontage to the lane from the rear, whereas you can see that we have actually 4.1, 4.7, and 4.6, but just it is stemming from the same thing, that it is not facing a street. If you go to variance number 5, you can see that. Go to the next page, please. So the sidewall, the height, this property is actually zoned R with the maximum height of 10 meters. But just because the main wall on just those blue portions that I'm showing there is more than 5.7 meters, that's why we're asking for that variance. The rest of the property is actually mostly at 6.25 centimeters from the established grade. And variance number 6, you can see the FSI, and you can see the precedence of the FSI in that vicinity. We have 1.4 to 1.5 in those semi-detached, 1.65 in one of them, and then 1.7 on another laneway house that is across this property on Cameron Lane. If you go to the next page, I'm just trying to be really concise. Sorry, tell me if I'm being too fast. So those 3 and the next 3, all of them are dealing with just Bill Cameron Lane not being a street. I totally agree, it is a lane. However, just because it is Bill Cameron Lane is a two-way vehicular access, which allows general traffic circulation. It has a speed bumps and traffic signs. And has been used as a street for the past 100 years for the property at R277, which by the way right now is called 230 Bill Cameron Lane, is a street for our property. Our property does not have any street to front to, but has 3 lanes. Then we deal with, next page, sorry. Yeah, so you can see on the right-hand side, the other house on the lane that I just mentioned that has almost a century, that has been there for almost a century. And on the left-hand side is the lot that is right now sitting there being used just an occasional parking space for some of the neighbors and is not being utilized at all. So engineering and construction services, we totally understand that the policy dictates that they cannot run a main line for sewage or sanitary or water into a lane, and they only have to do it on the streets. However, we are not asking for that. If you refer to the very extensive report that we have prepared, and my client actually paid for it.
Sorry to cut you off, but you're over 5 minutes. Can you wrap up, please?
Yes, absolutely. Just wanted to say that if you refer to that report, that report is actually asking for 2 private service connection and no main to be run in that line, which is very similar to many houses that have a portion of their front yard being a part of the city's property. And my client is willing to pay for that. That being said, ECS actually asked for later. Both of these notices came really late. One of them February 16th and the other one from planning February 24th. They were asking for some widening of the lane of 0.37 meters, which my client is willing to consider as well. If you go just to the next page, I just wanted to scroll through some of the
You're
pages.
at 6 minutes. I'm sorry. I'm going to cut
Absolutely.
you.
I'm going to come back to
you
this
off.
later
Yeah,
if need
exactly.
be.
You'll be
Yeah,
back.
absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, do you have the first speaker, Mr. Smaller?
Hello.
Hi, can I just ask you to identify yourself, please? Name and address.
Yeah. John Smaller, 628 Dovercourt.
And we're going to start the clock now. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Sure. Like the person just speaking, the agent just speaking, he was saying that the reports came quite late. So, you know, I've learned a lot over the past like 2.5 hours of listening to you guys go over other applications. So I'm not going to go into the details of why the city rejected and refused. The 2 letters, you know, stated very plainly why it should be refused and rejected. I think they did a great job with that. In the letter that we did submit, we did speak about the difference between a laneway and a street. For all intents and purposes, we feel like this is a laneway. It's treated as a laneway. And we, you know, a house in a laneway by any other name should be treated as the city has, you know, researched and prepared and gone to council with how we should treat laneway houses, which is a maximum of 2 stories. One thing I did want to bring up about the, I found 2 different plans from the architect. The pages are A3.01. So I'm not sure what the difference, there's one set where there's a garage facing the back and so that one is the one facing the back. And then the report, the plans that were in the report, the functional serving and stormwater, both garages are in the front, I believe. So I'm not sure which one is the real one. I can't tell by the dates on the documents. That report also mentions that the owners have reached out to the neighbors. The neighbors that I've spoken to haven't heard anything from them. So it'd be interesting to speak to them. You know, my wife and I did write a letter saying that we do agree that Toronto needs to infill and use unused space or underused space. And we agree that, you know, homes should be built in spaces that are underused in Toronto. We just feel that they should, you know, fit in with the neighborhood and follow the regulations and the rules and guidelines and zoning laws that everyone else has to. And really our objection is height. You know, I've learned over the past 2 hours that you're not looking at other things such as, you know, what happens during construction. And I'm not sure if you guys deal with access. In our letter, we did write about the ability for a fire truck to turn into the lane. The way that parking is set up, I'm not sure there's enough space for them to maneuver in. So we had asked for, you know, parking to be restricted at the mouth, at the north end at Hepburn, and then the south end at Dewson, so that larger trucks and, you know, can swing in and service the addresses. I think that's about it.
I'll just say this: the applications get circulated to the different departments, so we don't have jurisdiction to, you know, ask a department to do something such as the fire truck access. That's
Sure.
up to staff to determine.
Yeah.
If you're looking for parking restrictions to be changed on the street, I would suggest you contact your counselor's office and have a discussion with them. And
Sure, I'm not. The applicant is asking for something I think would require that, but that's just an assumption. I have no idea.
Yeah, it's not covered here in any case.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
And as to the design, like, do you guys see what I see? The A301. So the one that's on the screen right now has a garage facing the back. And then on the report, the functioning service and stormwater management report, I believe at the very last page, second last page, that's a different design. So I don't know what we're talking about. Are we talking about this design or that design?
I'll ask Mr. Nipfel. He's our resident expert on interpreting plans. Do you see a difference, Carl, or anything you can just speak to?
Yeah. I can't explain why, but the gentleman's correct. I think the garage is shown in a different location.
So,
You see there, the garage is adjacent to the common property line. And in the other drawing, the garage is up in the the top left corner.
I don't want to take too much
So,
of your time.
maybe-
I just brought that up because in the same document, it shows a fire truck hose reaching all the way from Hepburn. So the fire hose stops at the front of the property, but if it had to go all the way around to that other garage, I don't know if it would reach. That's up to you folks in the fire department to figure out.
Okay. Well, we can, the agent will come back for 5 minutes after all of the other people have spoken, and he can maybe speak to why these drawings are different.
And so are you approving the actual designs of the property? Then what are you approving? Which?
Well, we don't know what we're approving, whether we're approving, refusing, or what we're doing with it, but this committee only looks at the variances before them to see if they meet the 4 tests that we're required to look at.
So these two plans have the same variances?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm looking at 2 different plans. Do they have the same variance?
Right,
Are you voting on A or B?
You're looking at what is it, the stormwater report? I'm not really sure which one it is, but we're looking at the plans before us, right? So.
But there's 2 different diagrams. A301, A3.01, there's 2 different drawings for the same label.
Okay, I'm looking,
If I might, Madam Chairman, can I try and answer that one? I think
go ahead.
in answer to your question, the assumption here is that both of those plans would be permitted under the variances that are requested.
Okay.
But we do look at floor plans and we do look at building plans, and the reason we do is to determine if there are any mitigating circumstances that need to be introduced to have them fit comfortably into the existing context of the community or the neighborhood or the neighbors. And so where, for instance, there's been a lot of discussion about where various components go, we sometimes tie our approval to plans and say it's all subject to the development of the site being as shown on the plans, and we reference the plans. So we don't do that all the time, but where the plans are an important part of the decision, we can reference the plans.
So you would need one set of plans to reference then, wouldn't you?
Well, no, because they're two different. There's 2 different buildings, 2 different homes, I should say, and slightly configured differently. They might both be permitted under the requested variances, and my assumption is that they are.
Okay. It's just one
But I understand
requires that a car
confusion.
drive around to the back of the building, right?
Yeah, that's a very valid point.
Right. Okay. Our main objection obviously was with height. We feel that there's no 3-story building on this on Bill Cameron Lane, and we're afraid that if we allow this one, then other people will use that as precedent to build 3-story buildings or more.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
Understood. Panel members, any further questions? Okay, and I'm not sure if you heard at the beginning, we also have a report from planning recommending refusal. That's also part of what we look at. Okay, the next speaker is...
Hi, Mr. Falico, are you there? Hi, Peter. You've been unmuted.
Mr. Falico?
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. What's your address, please? And your
57
name?
Hepburn.
Okay. All right, we're starting the clock. You have 5 minutes, sir.
As the architect presented, this is a very unique lot. It's going to be a challenging one to figure out how they can develop this. The obvious concern, the fact that they're going 3 stories, shadow, my backyard's right there. It butts up right up against me. I want to support development. I think it's important. I think the city needs this infill. Bloor subway station is right there. To the note of the other speaker, the person who's developing this project has reached out to myself and my neighbor. We had a brief conversation. I had another conversation with him this morning. But I was surprised that nothing was presented to me ahead of time, but rather this date was put in. So I'm hoping that they'll get more of us involved, as opposed to the approach I think they're going with right now. They're trying to figure out through the city, because it is such a unique lot, what their boundaries are going to be. And they're already pushing it a little bit by going to you guys. So again, look at this lot. It's pretty unique. I don't know what kind of things you guys look at. I mean, all kinds of stuff. But this is a pretty unique one. I'm just skeptical on the approach they're going by going this route already. That's it.
Okay, any questions for the speaker? Thank you. Do you have the next speaker?
I am Mr. Benedetto. You've been unmuted.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you please identify yourself, name and address?
53 HEPBOURNE, Salvatore Benedetto. I, like the previous caller, I am very much pro development. We live in a very unique city. I think
Hi, are you there? I lost you.
Yeah, I'm pro-development, so I think anybody with creative ideas, we're always welcome. My concern is the same, more importantly, rather, my concern is the same as the first gentleman that was speaking, that if for whatever reason they have to get to the back of this development for fire purposes, and myself and the gentleman there and there's about 7 or 8 other properties there, that fire truck is not going to get there, and let alone the fire truck, the hose is not going to get there. If I'm not mistaken, there's you have to be 150 feet from a hydro, or rather
hydrant.
A hydrant. Now there's one right just off the corner of Rushholme and Hepburn. The other one is, I think, in front of 634, 36 Dover Court. That one, definitely, unless you go through people's backyard, it's not going to reach. The one that is at the corner of Rushholme and Hepburn, that's only going to get you onto a part of Cameron, maybe towards the front of these properties, proposed properties. But God forbid there's an issue in the back. As we all know, things happen in laneways. I mean, when I was a kid, we played with matches. We hope that doesn't do it anymore, but you know what? Most kids are on computers today, but you never know. People linger, hang around, whatever. And my concern is that if, God forbid, something happens, and if there's garages back there, then we have emissions. And if we have garages, we also have people who play or work on their cars or whatever else. The concern again, and I want to really stress this, that I really believe that if this development is approved, which again, I'm pro development and pro anything that's going to give character to because I know there's other houses there. We need to have a separate hydrant in this lot, because these people are developing. I think you should make it a condition precedent that they pay for it and they put it on their property, that services and covers the whole income, like the whole surrounding of their properties, because God forbid something happens, then we have a different issue. Right now, the way the hydrant is, it's not going to work. So if you're going to develop this, when it's not developed, it's not an issue. But if it's going to be developed, it's a huge concern. And it should be for everybody in that little alleyway where the first speaker was speaking. And he mentioned that, and he's quite right in his concern, because I too realize that is a huge concern. If something happens back there, all those laneway garages are going to be torched. There's no way to get back there.
Okay,
There's no way to get back there. So I would recommend, save and accept the fact that somebody has to get creative with this lot. As Peter said, I think if they get creative, we'll all look at it. But I think it should be a condition precedent that it should be that they put in at, I guess, their own expense, a hydrant on their property that will service that whole area back there, because there's another house on the other side. Nobody's ever asked for anything, but now that was a laneway house. This is 2 individual houses. I think it's huge, and I think the committee should seriously consider that. Okay?
Yeah, great suggestion, but the committee does not have the jurisdiction to put that kind of condition on. As much as we think it's not a bad idea. I do want to ask you, did you say you're at 53 Hepburn? Because I have a different address listed here. Okay. Okay, thanks. Panel members, any questions of the speaker? No? Okay, thanks a lot.
Okay.
The next speaker?
Hi, Eli, you've been unmuted.
Hello, hi. Can you hear me?
I can. Just list your name and address to start.
Oh, hi. Yes, my name is Eli Craig, and the property address is 59 Hepburn Street.
Okay, we'll start the clock now. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to see, that neighbors have contributed here. I would essentially echo previous neighbors' commentary that it is unique property, and that I definitely do support development and infill within the city. You know, it's a huge concern for many, and definitely supportive, including laneway properties. I'll echo what Peter said as well, that I have had a couple of conversations with the developer, and I would echo sort of what Peter said as well about sort of the process in which they're going. We don't really know what it's going to look like. What was presented here today was mostly new information for me, so that, it's a little bit difficult to sort of assess. I will just start off by saying I'm at 59 Hepburn, which abuts directly north of the property, and I'm very familiar with the access. I actually have a garage that accesses directly into Bill Cameron Lane. My primary concerns, personally, would be number one, about the size, how high they're intending to build, and how close. To it, that would be privacy for the backyard, as well as the windows on the back of the house, etc. And then secondly, shadow or lack of sun. There's sort of a one-story garage that's there right now, and already there's sort of a certain limitation put on the backyard because of that existing structure. That, I don't know, someone referenced 100 years. It looks about 100 years old. So if you were to double that or even go further, I'm not an engineer, but I would surmise that it would significantly reduce, if not essentially eliminate, that sort of southern exposure of sun, which is dramatically would impact the lifestyle and enjoyment of the backyard, whether it's recreational or growing vegetables or what have you. I'm very pleased to hear the concerns about fire and safety, and I've actually learned a little bit more about the concerns here. So I would definitely echo that is an issue. Maybe I could ask what committee or how would we raise that, or how would the applicant address that concern if not through this committee? I'd be interested in knowing that. And realistically, in looking at the plans, I think it's ambitious, and I admire that. I'm an entrepreneur myself, and I admire what they're sort of going for here. It seems like they're really trying to jam 2 houses into one lot that, in my estimation, would be better suited to potentially one unit or a lower level, or making sort of different use of that space. One other comment that I recall from previous public meetings regarding Bill Cameron Lane, and we actually, it was held at a school nearby. We actually literally walked down Bill Cameron Lane. It was a sort of public meeting about lanes in general, but we walked down this one specifically, and there were comments about not wanting create a tunneling effect, where it's also pedestrian and cyclists and cars use it to access the garages. That if one and then more buildings sort of based on precedent get built, there's 2 or 3 story buildings on either side, you really create this tunnel effect, which is perhaps maybe not desirable aesthetically, but also there's safety concerns, potentially, given that it's not a typically traveled thoroughfare and mostly people coming and going on their own. However, I think it was Mr. Benedetto commented about things like Awan and lanes. Having lived in the neighborhood for a number of years, I can definitely attest to at least the north section of this lane being frequented by a variety of different people, hanging out and doing different things. Kids playing with firecrackers, people hanging out and smoking. There's been needles found back there. So there's a number of things that are happening back there that I would want to make sure that if I or my family or someone was walking down the lane, that there wouldn't be sort of traffic sort of tunnel. That said, if there was a proposal put forward that was seeking less of a variance and was more fitting in with the style of the neighborhood and impacting myself a lot less, I certainly would be interested in that.
Yeah, you're over 5 minutes. I need you to wrap this up.
Okay.
Now.
Sure. Yeah, I thank you very much. I'll wrap it up, and I'll just say that it is unique property, and these sort of examples of potential precedent that they're calling on that are on Hepburn Street are, in my opinion, completely different from their place. Although it's in proximity, this is a laneway property. In my opinion, should be scrutinized according to whatever the rules and regulations are for that, not a full street house, as they've sort of tried to conflate those things and draw some precedent there. I'll wrap up. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I just want to remind speakers that this panel only deals with the planning variances before us. A lot of the issues that are being raised are not part of our jurisdiction. We can't put conditions on for some of the things that have been raised, such as fire and other things. And also, we would appreciate if the speakers would not repeat the same issues. It doesn't really advance your case. So we'd like to hear all your concerns. So in particular, if there is anything that has not been mentioned yet. All right, do we have the next speaker on the line?
Hi, Ms. Newton.
Hi, yes, I'm Dr. Melanie Newton, and I'm at 61 Hepbourne Street.
Hi.
So just to the northwest.
Okay, good evening. We'll start the clock now. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. So thank you so much for this hearing this evening. And it's great to see so many of my neighbors coming out to speak about this proposal. So I want to start by saying that my backyard and the back windows of my house, and I did submit something written to show what it looks like today for 61 Hepburne. So my back windows on all 3 floors, from all 3 floors, you can see this property. And it's going to be a huge, personally, I won't repeat what everyone else has said, but it's going to have significant implications for the entire alleyway. The property has been misrepresented by the agent who has sought to define it as a street. It is a laneway. I think it is really problematic and disrespectful. I was not consulted. The city's notice was the first that I heard about these plans. And so the claim that the neighbors were consulted is not entirely true. Perhaps some neighbors were, but I certainly was not. And for me personally, and the other residents of my home, every single back window looks out at this parking lot. And you can see it in my written submission. So this new building, which is about 3 stories high, would be a devastating nuisance that would significantly impede enjoyment of our backyard, radically alter. So those are pictures of every level of my house. The top one is the 3rd floor. The second one is from the 2nd floor. So you can see the parking lot with the white van there. That's the view. So it would significantly impede the view. And currently you can see all the way to the CN Tower from the window. And this would completely cut off the light and is already a structure at the end of my garden that does have significant impacts. And it's, you know, there's a lot of challenges planning around that structure, but that was already there. This is really, would really transform how we use the back of our house and the view from the back of our house. It would block a major source of light into our home, would impact all of the south-facing windows. And even though I'm not a planner, I would argue that this meets none of the 4 tests that I've learned about tonight. I don't think this is actually minor in nature. What they're proposing to build here would radically alter the character of the neighborhood. It's not appropriate in terms of the use and development of the land. Again, there's no other 3-story structure on this laneway. And I cannot really see how this is in keeping with the general intent of the zoning bylaw. So just to speak to a couple of very specific things, I am very concerned about the height. I am very concerned about the fact that on the other side of this structure, there is already this, so that 2-story structure there that goes right up to the laneway, this would be directly on the other side. Garbage trucks come up through here. Garbage is collected here. So this is going to have a lot of, it's not actually an easy laneway to get up and down, particularly if there's snow. This is actually potentially quite dangerous. If there's a lot of snow and if it's not regularly cleared. I can see all kinds of issues with another property right opposite the one that's already there that is right up with no, what is the word for it, setback. That is seriously concerning. I would also say that there are a significant number of variances here. I'm not going to go through all of the comments in the submission that I sent to you, but these are none of these is minor, despite what the agent has sought to suggest. They all have really quite significant implications. And I'm really stunned that there has really been no meaningful consultation with all of the neighbors who potentially are impacted by this. So I don't necessarily want to go through everything in my written submissions, but I would say that the proposal, it should be refused, and that a number of these variances amount to expropriation of adjacent lanes to provide services, and the extent to which, and it's not clear how, despite what the person has said about putting in water service on the property and so on, it's just not clear to me that any of that is actually really feasible. So I don't want to take more time, but I am, as a neighbor, quite disturbed by this proposal.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Newton. Any questions of the speaker panel members? Okay, thank you. Okay, our final speaker.
Yes, that would be me. Can you hear me?
I can. Just
Great. This is Kari.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Okay, I am Kari Romaniuk, and I am representing my husband and I today. He is Dean Driard. We live at 63 HEPBOURNE Street. So I'm glad to have heard from a lot of my neighbors tonight and understand we won't duplicate. But like my neighbors, I enthusiastically support the creation of laneway housing in Toronto, but we'd hope to see something that was bylaw abiding and something that would keep our neighborhood affordable and diverse. We believe that what's requested here in these 12 variances, while maybe some of them are individually minor, collectively they represent a significant change to the neighborhood. The variances in the resulting structure would affect, as Dr. Newton mentioned, access to light, and could also provide safety concerns for the current residents. This laneway is heavily trafficked. As somebody who tries to get street parking on Hepburn, there is always somebody pulled into the laneway just to empty something out of the car. This laneway is constantly blocked and used. It is a main thoroughfare through Hepburn and Calder Streets. But if we are to call it a street, as the original presenter mentioned, then it should have the regular setbacks that a house would be if it was a street. And so here with all the zero setbacks right to the very edge of the property line, I feel like you can't have your cake and eat it too. It's either it's a street and you have all of the setbacks to the bylaws provisions, or you call it a laneway house and you can't have 3 stories. I feel like this is just massive. And in order to get to a lot size to provide the adequate setbacks, we need to get to 70% of the space that's currently occupied by this. I'm very concerned about the FSI. I've heard a lot about that today, and agree with Eli's summation that it doesn't compare to what the other properties, the semis in the neighborhood are. From 0.66 to 1.71 represents almost a tripling of what the bylaw would recommend. So that seems to me in great excess. And the one main thing that I don't understand, and I'm not sure about the jurisdiction here, is just the municipal services and how electric and water and sewage systems get to this place and what effect that may have on the rest of us who rely on them. Are we digging up the whole laneway to provide this, and how? Yeah, I'm very concerned about that variance, which I think is number 11. I did also submit something written and late, and I apologize for that. We are working parents and things are busy, and we got these notices late and actually never received A1227. I received information about B0094 and A1228, but never received anything on A1227. And I was never consulted in the same way as Dr. Newton. So it seems like the neighbor consulting that was done was just for the 2 properties that are directly meeting at the property line. Yeah, there's a lot more there to say, but because the planning department has also written a suggestion to refuse this, I feel like that speaks volumes, and I hope the committee will agree, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the speaker? Okay, thank you. Mr. Rostami?
Yeah. Hello,
Okay,
I'm here.
Okay, I'm going to reset the clock. You'll have 5 minutes to speak only to the issues raised by the residents.
Okay, so thanks for all the residents and the interest, and I really appreciate the concerns. For the last 2 speakers, I'm really thankful for their. They're very prudent, but the thing is that they're living in a house that is 3 stories, 1.5 is their FSI, and they have no parking, and we are providing a parking for each of these houses. The thing about, you know, having the cake and eating it too, I totally agree. And that's the other way around that I look at it, because the way that the city is dealing with my client is that they're telling us that, yes, you know, provide us with a scheme, and then they look at it not like a laneway suite nor like a house. So we are getting sometimes double whammied on that. On the other issue of the fire truck access, can you go back to the cover letter that I provided? And I'm so sorry, I need to respond to that. If you go to that cover letter and then scroll all the way down, like a couple of pages. Yeah, so I'm showing just the previous pages. I'm showing here what the city bylaw requires for an access to a laneway suite and not a laneway house. But you can see that it needs to have 45 meters from a fire truck, that's the red dotted line, and then 90 meters from the truck to the laneway suite. And if you scroll down 1 page, that's the total of 135 meters. You can see that I'm showing from exactly the hydrant that the neighbor at 53 HEPBOURNE mentioned. From that fire hydrant, we have that 45 and less than 90 meters, the total of 119 meters to the front of the property. Which brings us to the question that the neighbor at 628 Dover Court brought to committee's attention. That's a mistake on not a mistake. The stormwater management report was submitted, you know, a couple of months ago, and we have revised the drawings because the planner, you know, brought our attention to that. You know, it would be much better to have the garage doors facing the Lane Cameron laneway, and that's why we did it that way. We do not have any garage facing towards the back. So both of them are facing the front. The neighbor at 59 Hepburn was worried about the privacy. There is no windows facing his property. The neighbor at 63 Hepburn was talking about the setbacks, and we have provided a colonnade in front of those two. If you go to some of the plans, you can actually see that we have given away on the ground floor some space. In addition to that, because the ECS is asking for the additional, like giving away our lot, such a small lot of 0.37 centimeters, that's exactly for the purpose of easier access to that lane, and my client is willing to do so. If you scroll down, just to show you that, scroll down, just to show you that it is actually garbage is right now is being collected in that lane, and those pictures, like the top picture, has been taken a couple of weeks ago, and you can see that it is being, like the snow sometimes at least is being collected. That's it, I think. It's been a long day, and I don't want it to be longer for you guys. I know that it's been a really,
Well, we have a ways to go, but let me see if the panel members have any questions. Mr. Niffel.
I cannot hear Mr. Niffel. Sorry, I'm so
sorry. Are you muted, Carl?
It helps if I unmute. Sorry. Can we get drawing A3.01 on the screen? Now, one of the speakers was confused by your plans, and in answer, you said you changed the plans so that both of the properties entered and exited from Bill Cameron Lane at the bottom, and there were no entrances at the back. But in fact, this drawing doesn't agree with what you just said. And this drawing, the pedestrian entrance and the car entrance is off of Bill Cameron Lane to the bottom. And on the adjacent building, the gray one, the shaded one, the car and the entrance is at the top. And I would agree with what you said the planner suggested, which is why aren't all the entrances off of the bottom lane? Because you don't have to go around this circuitous walkway, driveway, laneway in order to get emergency and other access. So you seem to agree with that, but this drawing doesn't reflect what you said.
I'm so sorry, Carl. I misspoke. You're absolutely right. The fact is that I've done a few variations of this, and we can totally change that to eliminate that tree that I'm showing in the front, that courtyard that I'm showing there, make it a permeable paver, and put the car there. You're absolutely right. To eliminate the need for a garage door in the back.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions, panel members? Ms. Hayes?
I'd like to hear your comments with respect to the statement in the engineering staff report that acknowledges the functional servicing and stormwater management report that your client had prepared. But it says the report does not demonstrate an acceptable servicing design for the proposed severed lots that front on Bill Cameron Lane or Bill Cameron Lane, public lane, in accordance with city bylaws, policies, and design criteria and standards. As well, there is no detail of how the dwelling fronting on the named public lane will be provided with city refuse collection, although your submission spoke to that, and fire protection. So mainly with respect to servicing, they've reviewed the report that your clients prepared. But they're suggesting to the committee that that still would not be in accordance with city bylaws, policy, and design criteria and standards. So I'd like you to speak to that, please.
Yeah, we have tried to talk to them a few times. The final response that my client actually got from the head of the department was that it is actually a matter of policy and not a standards. So the way that the report is written, it meets the standards. It shows a section and it shows how we are going to meet the criteria for the requirement. If you go to page, I don't know which page, 2 from the very last, I'm actually showing how those lines are actually being run in the laneway. And the city agrees that technically it is doable. No, sorry, not on this one, on the cover
So I
letter.
just wonder, but they don't just say policies, they say and design criteria and standards.
After this, I'm going to show you the report, and in that, I'm going to actually show you the way that it actually, if you zoom in, you can actually look at those lines and the way that these lines, each one of them are individually run, and it is as per city's standards and the distances that they need to be far from each other and from neighboring properties. That's the way that this has been designed. And Mason Sang Associates, the engineering team that my client actually paid a lot of money for them, because these guys do condos, and they have assured us that in terms of the standards, this meets all the standards of the city of Toronto, and it is only a matter of policy.
Well, okay, so, but we didn't get a supplementary report indicating that.
Unfortunately, like even the amendment to the report from ECS was submitted like February 16, and you know it was really late for us to, and nobody actually. My client Lucas was in charge of talking to the engineering, in addition of me and Andrew from the Mason Sang Associate helping him with. But the problem was that nobody was willing to sit down with us and talk about, you know, what are the issues. This lot has been locked between 3 laneways for 100 years now, and my client is really willing to make this lot something useful for the neighborhood. And until we bring services one way or another, this property is not going to be useful. My client is willing to pay for the services, and it meets the standards as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Niffel, I just also would like to just say one thing before I acknowledge you, is that in the planning report, it's noted that the applicant had decided not to provide planning rationale and waive the pre-circulation review process and to proceed with this to the hearing. So, and in terms of the engineering report, it's the same report from I think it was November. I'm flipping between reports here. And it also, to the neighbor's point, says that the EMS vehicles are not able to access, from what I read in that report, and they were recommending refusal or for us to put conditions on to satisfy those conditions. So let me go to Mr. Nipfel. He has another question.
I was just going to basically deal with something that's very similar. I would question your statement that no one would sit down with you and discuss this. We've got evidence that the exact opposite is true. As the chairman just indicated, the planning report says that you were contacted in November of 2021 and you were asked to provide a planning rationale for further staff review, and they wanted to determine how the consent satisfies the Planning Act and how the variances meet the 4 tests. And basically, the applicant decided not to answer those questions and to come to committee. And then you've got all these neighbors who are, for the most part, have not been consulted. And they want to talk to you. So you've got a planning department that's asked to sit down and talk with you. And you've got a community that's asked to sit down and talk with you. And you've got a very difficult site. It's not the normal site with the normal constraints, but clearly a very difficult design decision here. It begs for consultation. And I think that the problem is that the consultation that's been requested hasn't taken place. If there'd been conversations with the community, and if you'd followed up with the planning department, I don't think we'd be here in this situation. So I just wanted to raise what appears to me to be a conflict in what you're saying. You do have a lot of people that are willing to talk to you. It doesn't appear that the applicant has taken them up on their offers.
Okay, any other comments or questions to Mr. Ostami? Panel members, no? All right, let's
Can I just respond to the very last
Yeah,
comment?
and then we're taking this into committee, sir, for decision. You have, I'll
Absolutely.
give you 1
Sorry,
minute.
sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to mention, Carl, that you're absolutely right. I was not the applicant. I'm the designer and was the agent on the file. The planning committee told us right away, like not me personally, but to the applicant, that just because ECS is not taking it, is not allowing as a policy to have a service connection, they're not taking us seriously, and that's why my client actually decided to waive it, so that we can move forward and later deal with ECS. That was the reason. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you very
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Yeah.
All right, panel members, let's take it into committee to make a decision on this. Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. I appreciate all the submissions, the applicant's submissions and the submissions both in writing and orally that we've heard from everybody this evening. I appreciate that this piece of property is something that could provide, under the correct circumstances, some ability to build something that may lend to additional housing stock in the city. My concern is that if engineering is saying that there's no ability to service this and they are not prepared, they've reviewed the report and they're not prepared to accept what may be a creative solution. I don't know. I'm not, that level of engineering is not my expertise. Having said that, though, if they're not prepared to deal with the alternative that your consultant has recommended, I cannot consider approving something that cannot be serviced, that the city would not approve. With respect to the variances, yes, the configuration of the lot is different. It's not a laneway behind a house with the same address and it's a garage. But with respect to the context, a 3-story home on the back, fronting on a laneway is, I think, an overbuild for the site. I also, in reviewing the planning report, I don't believe that you can meet all the tests that are under 5124 of the Planning Act with respect to the satisfaction of the criteria for the consent to sever. So I would say that, do I think that there's something that can be done here with the unique circumstances of this lot? I think it really is something that has to be sat down with the various departments of the city to see what might be able to be possible. But I cannot support the applications as they currently are before the committee, both for the servicing issue. I don't believe it meets the criteria for severance, and the comments from the planning department. And the variances, I don't believe, are minor. Those are my comments.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anything to add? If not, go ahead with a motion.
Okay. Thank you. I would move a motion to refuse the consent and 2 variance applications for the reasons noted.
Do I have a seconder? Okay. So motion before us for all the reasons cited by Ms. Hayes, moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Niffel, to refuse the application for the consent and the variances. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Okay, so the application's been refused. The next item is item number 41. 647 to 649 St. Clair Avenue West. We have before us a copy of the minutes from the December 4th, 2020 public hearing and the materials for submission and that were submitted at that time. Copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have email correspondence from transportation. They want to have their conditions in the November 13th report from 2020 included. We have correspondence expressing an interest from 645 St. Clair Avenue West, opposition from 140 Ellsworth Avenue. We received a late submission yesterday expressing concern from 643 St. Clair Avenue West. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, I can.
Oh, thank God. Good. Sorry. I was
right.
worried you didn't.
No,
Okay, my name is,
Yeah, go ahead.
sorry. My name is Frank Bellini. I'm the agent for this project, Madam Chair and members of the committee. We, as you know, we deferred and went back and talked to the planning staff and tried to address some of their major concerns with respect to the balcony. We recessed the balcony within the building and sort of covered it so it wasn't totally exposed as it was before. And then also we set back the building so that we could conform to the next concern with respect to the setback to the middle of the existing laneway of 3.5. And then we addressed the concern from transportation services with respect to a 2-meter wide conveyance of the full width, and tried to address the other concerns they had with respect to the privacy in the back area, with respect to the bedrooms that face the existing residential area. So I'm here to answer any questions. I don't think I need to add anymore.
Well, here's the thing. Can you stop the clock for a second? So you've already taken a minute. I've got 13 speakers listed here. I'm not sure that everybody wants to speak. They're all listed in either opposition or interest. So can you do a brief presentation then? And then after we hear from all the speakers, we'll come back to you for questions.
Sure. As I mentioned, I tried to address the community planners, and I think I did receive that they are satisfied with what we have proposed. Also, we did push the building back and reduce the size slightly, so in order to conform to their recommendations. We're conveying land which will help the laneway to be larger than it is right now to transportation. So I understand that a lot of people have concerns about the fact that, you know, the snow and coming in and out. I also want to point out we're placing the face of the proposed addition in line with where there now exists a garage. So there's no change. If anybody who knows this site or around this site will see that we're not changing or pushing forward closer to the laneway. In fact, we're back in the same line as the existing garage, which has been there for over 50 years, 70 years. And also, as I said, for privacy, we're recessing all the balconies so that they are not exposed, and the living areas are recessed as well, another 1.2 meters from whatever we're setting back of 2 meters from the existing laneway. So further privacy for the residents and for the people of the proposed apartments. The only thing that's projecting forward are those windows that are just the central exit walkway, exit from the public stairs from the various apartments that we're proposing. So I hope that, also I want to point out, I did meet with 130 and 134 with respect to their concerns, and also 145, I believe, after the meeting we had initially. So it took us a while to get to this point, but I think we did our best as far as the setbacks. The height is I know, a concern, but there are existing three-story residential buildings just south of us and also around the neighborhood. So I hope I'm here to answer any questions.
I think panel members are going to hold their questions. So I just looked at the minutes. So 130, 132, and 144 were there, or they objected. So you're saying you did have some communications with them since the previous meeting, since the deferral. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. All right. So let me go to the opposition, and please, everyone, we want to hear your concerns, but would really appreciate if you do not repeat the same things. And also, I'd like to remind everybody that this committee only deals with the variances before us, so we don't deal with construction issues and some of the issues you may have heard in the previous, for the previous application. So we are only dealing with variance. We don't have the authority to put certain conditions on for other things. All right, so let me go to the first speaker.
Hi, Linda Hugh. You've been unmuted. Miss Hugh, are you there?
Hi, yes, I am. Thank you, Madam Chair and panel members. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
I can. I just
my name's Linda Hugh.
Yeah, I guess you already know. You've probably been listening, so I just need your name and address before you start.
Yeah, my name's Linda Hugh. I'm the owner of the adjacent property, 645 St. Clair. I understand through listening to these proceedings, you're just talking about the minor variances and you're not talking about construction. And those are some of my concerns, as well as the emergency crews and stuff, and how they'll be able to get through. I'm not opposed to the proposal, but as I said, I'm concerned about the impact this development will have on my property, in particular the water drainage concerns, the structural impact, as outlined in my letter. I'm not sure if this is the forum where I can raise my concerns, but I'm also interested in a similar development and wanted to basically listen to the proceedings.
Okay. As far as the drainage goes, again, not part of this committee's jurisdiction. However, through the building process, generally speaking, there are drainage plans that are required. So if you have any questions, you could contact the building department, or better even to speak with the agent offline regarding those concerns.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. The next speaker.
Hi, Mr. Duke. Are you there?
Hi, this is Nathan Dewick.
Hi.
Nathan Dewick from 130 Ellsworth.
Okay, go ahead. We're starting the clock now.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing our perspectives on this application. Several of us in the neighborhood learned about this meeting after the written submission deadline, which is why we haven't provided written submission. So apologies for speaking quite quickly in these 5 minutes. Several of us in the neighborhood have covered or spoken in relation to massing and transition, overlook and privacy, and pedestrian safety. Related to massing and transition, as context, this laneway is between in parallel to St. Clair mixed use and Ellsworth residential buildings. The proposal unnecessarily does not reflect the massing in the community or provide proper transition. Out of the 43 lots in this laneway, including 22 lots off St. Clair, 98 are smaller massing. The one that is larger massing is not similar to the proposal, since it's a thrift store with 0 windows on the east, south, or west sides and so therefore does not impact overlook and privacy. Looks like an old movie theater and would be shorter than the proposed building. All of the lots off St. Clair on the laneway are 2-story, while the drawings reference one full 3-story house on Ellsworth. The Ellsworth houses are of the 1920s style that are 2-story houses with a small roof on top off the front of the house with a small room there. This compares to the proposal, which is 3 stories with a small room on top to contain a rooftop stairwell. 95% of the lots do not break the angular plane and provide appropriate transition. The two that do break the plane include the thrift store mentioned, and then also a building at the entrance of the laneway, which is actually creating problems for the laneway. That building limits the entrance of this dead-end laneway to 3 meters, creating safety risk for pedestrians as cars blindly exit the laneway onto a sidewalk, and provides expansion of the laneway to fire departments required 6 meters. And so we don't want to repeat such a building. The angular plane provides transition from a mixed use to residential area. And while the designers could have provided this transition, they chose not to. It instead providing transition, such as a 3-story in St. Clair, 2-story in the middle and 1 in the laneway. The plans do the opposite and go against the spirit of the bylaw by proposing the greatest height at the place where the transition is most important. Similar buildings to the proposed are not reflected on the laneway. Related to overlook and privacy, there are problems with overlook and privacy in the proposal. As context, this laneway is much shorter than, much narrower than usual at 3 meters. This is recognized in the city's transportation report, which says it should be twice as wide at 6 meters. The lots of these Ellsworth properties on the laneway are significantly shorter than those elsewhere on Ellsworth by about 20 feet. This can be seen from the city's planning map on the Application Information Center. As mentioned, the proposal is taller than any other buildings in the laneway. For these reasons, it's even more important for the setback and angular plane to be respected, because a small change creates a greater impact with a smaller than average lot and laneway. As can be seen on page 9 of the designs, the proposal breaks the angular plane and setback, and overlook is very large and will be looming over the houses and backyards of Ellsworth. The proposed development is 3 stories plus an additional structure for roof access. The developer may say the residents wouldn't be allowed on the roof, but I don't think there's a way to ensure that's enforced. In high summer, I believe there would be a shadow impact, but no shadow study was conducted. These concerns speak to overlook and reasonable privacy. The developer may argue that trees and privacy screens provide reasonable privacy. However, this would not be true. Privacy screens on the development would be insufficient due to its sheer size, massing, and overlook, and the screens wouldn't cover all the windows. Recessing of the balconies does not remove the balconies or the windows on the 2nd and 3rd stories. Trees do not provide sufficient privacy screens, and the drawings are not representative of the trees. The 2 trees provide only a partial visual blocking of the property and would provide even less for a larger building. The trees are deciduous, so providing no visual blocking or privacy coverage in the winter. Community planning staff in their November 26, 2020 report on this deferred file stated that there were concerns in terms of privacy and outlook. While the updated designs may address some of the city's on-site concerns, they don't address neighborhood concerns. The report states that the applicant agreed to defer in order to make revisions to address concerns and provide an appropriate setback. The updated plans once again request similar variances, including setback. Over a year ago in December 2020, the agent didn't consult with me, which I appreciated, but the concerns I shared are not addressed in these designs. For these reasons, overlook and privacy are concerns, and the bylaw requirements and spirit should be respected. I've run out of time to speak to other concerns such as pedestrian safety, vehicle maneuverability, flow of traffic, and sufficient access to infrastructure and emergency services. And so as a result, the proposed building is of greater height and massing than the community. And for those reasons, we believe that variances, at least 2 and 3, maybe even 1, not be granted due to the impact they would have, and that they are not minor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duke, and thank you for staying within your 5 minutes. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you again. And
thank you.
Okay, our next speaker.
Hi, Ronnie Lynn, are you there?
Oh, yes, I'm here. Hello. Hi.
Hi, I have you listed as observing, but you might want to speak. So did you want to speak?
Yes, I do. So my name is Ronnie Lynn Pestle. I live at 128 Ellsworth Avenue. And unfortunately, the matter was brought to my attention just yesterday or the day before. So I've quickly been trying to get up to speed. And from what I've read, I do have concerns specifically about the laneway. We park our car in the backyard, and as it is, access is very limited, especially in the winter with snow and ice buildup. It's often we have to get a temporary parking permit to park on Ellsworth because we can't even get the car in the backyard like as it is now. There's very often trucks, like Salvation Army trucks and trucks that are blocking the laneway. So I'm concerned that with more activity in the laneway, it's going to affect us even more. And as Nathan mentioned, the privacy issue is also concerning to me. And I just wanted to also say that I support what Nathan said. He's my next door neighbor, and I share the same concerns as he does.
Thank you very much. Any
Thank you.
questions of the speaker panel members? Okay, thank you.
Thank
Hi, Mr. Choi, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Choi, are you speaking on behalf of Christy Song also?
Yes, Christy Song is my wife. She's here in
Okay,
this room
great.
as
No, I
well.
forgot you listed separately, so if I can just have your address and then we'll start the clock.
Perfect. My name's Daniel Choi, and I am at 132 Ellsworth Avenue. Thank you, committee members, for extending this meeting into the evening. I really appreciate that you're taking time out of your day to hear some of the concerns that I have. I was made aware of this hearing on Saturday, and so we've been organizing as a neighbor amongst our neighbors to really discuss this proposal. For myself, I support and I second the comments that my Nathan and Ronnie have already shared. And I do want to speak around pedestrian safety, and second the vehicle maneuverability, and then even the current infrastructure. With pedestrian safety right now, with that laneway being only 3 meters long, there is with these kind of developments and this massing and the proposed setback are just going to increase the pedestrian use of the laneway. However, in the current state right now, you have to walk in the middle of the laneway, and it being extremely tight in itself, it feels like this place is already at capacity. Once snow hits as well too, it basically limits the accessibility of the laneway in itself for vehicles. Typically, there is no pedestrian walkway. For us, we do need to, and if they do, have this proposal, like how are future residents going to be walking back there as well if other proposals go into place, which is clearly, I guess not in line with what is currently in place here. In terms of the comment around the garage as well too, that being a structure that's in place, that structure is, it has been there for 50 years, but it's been extremely tight getting in and out to maneuver in that laneway as well. Putting a structure right at that same line where currently it is a parking lot, not an actual garage. It goes from no structure to this 3-story structure, right in front of my property itself. In terms of consultation as well too, I did not, I did move to this building in August, but I have received zero consultation in regard to this. And based on sort of the conversations with our neighbors as well too, any of the consultations have just been kind of taken, listened to, but not actually implemented or thought through. And then in terms of I guess the infrastructure itself, I know that it's not brought up here. However, in the wintertime, it becomes a safety hazard. The fact that in the current state, there is only one sort of drainage in the laneway, and it takes several months for ice to melt. Right, we'll have ice in April, May at times. Right, and right now, as of today, there's still ice back there versus on Ellsworth itself because City of Toronto does not salt or does not clear that laneway itself. So I've slipped a couple times a couple weeks ago when it was all ice. But right now, I mean, some of these concerns with the limitations of the current existing laneway, aren't going to be, addressed by setbacks itself. This proposed, change, these little items seem like they're minor variances, but the actual impact of the community, this is a major change in terms of if you look at the current state of, you know, our street on Ellsworth, but also if you look in the laneway itself of what this structure is. And so, you know, for myself, you know, I really think that this does not sort of meet sort of the spirit of, you know, this committee itself, and that it is one of the major variants that's being pushed through this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of the speaker? Thank you, Mr. Choi. Okay, the next speaker.
Hi, Mr. Walsh. You've been unmuted.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair and panel members. My name is Ed Walsh. I live at 126 Ellsworth, and I am in opposition of these variances as well. You know, I don't have a lot to add to what Daniel, Ronnie, Lynn, and Nathan have said here, but just a couple quick things. I don't see this as minor variances. I see this as major. You know, for example, the setback is a 33% increase. 33% is not a small percentage. That's a big number as far as I'm concerned. As well, there's no other similar buildings the same height. I know the agent had said that you know, there's other reference points, but definitely not on that block. This, as Nathan had said, this would be a 3-story. All the other residences on St. Clair are 2-story, and the houses behind are 2-story houses. So I see that it's different from you know, different from what the neighborhood currently has. And the other issue I would say is just the laneway and having the setback. That laneway is, I would say, at times rather dangerous, particularly in the wintertime. And there is no room, there's barely room, and not, I would say, not safe room to have a pedestrian and a car going through that laneway at the same time. So, you know, for those and all the other reasons that have already been said, I would, you know, I am against these variances. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Walsh? No, thank you, sir.
Hi, Miss Chung Pon. You've been unmuted.
Oh, no. Hi. Basically, everything that has already been said about the, especially about the pedestrian safety, we are extremely concerned about, as well as the parking. Actually, this year we haven't even been able to use our backyard as a place to park a car because of all the snow. So, and this is just 1 year. So if this were to go on, you know, into the future, that would be definitely a big deterrent for us. Okay, so again, with the safety concerns and the lack of privacy, we really are opposed to this. Thank you.
I just, before you go, can you just state your name and address for the record?
Oh, yes, Susie Chung Pon at 122 Ellsworth.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
I don't
Thank you
think
very
there's
much.
any questions. Okay.
Hi, Miss Cree. You've been unmuted.
Thank you. My name is Marianne Cree, and I'm at 140 Ellsworth, and I'm also speaking for Mariella Bertelli at 140 Ellsworth in the flat upstairs. Okay. As Nathan noted, our concerns, I would say, echo his, specifically the variance number 2, the setback, the distance from the lane, and as many people have already noted, snowfall and snow clearing and safe passage for people and vehicles along the laneway. And I noted that the developer mentioned the garage that's currently on the property. I would ask whether or not that is at the legal official location that it's supposed to be. Is it at a proper setback distance? I don't know about that. If that's where his revised plan is going to be. Variance number 3, again, the height restrictions, I think, again, as people have spoken about, we're all concerned about that. And yes, although he noted that there are many 3-story houses on Ellsworth, they are actually 2.5-story. And with that, and I believe this has to do with that angle, the 45-degree angle variance question around that. So that's something with this building wanting a variance on that angled on the third floor. So really, in fact, this building as it's designed feels much too big for this space. And the height as well as the distance from the edge of the laneway. And also, as people have noted, it's the laneway concerns, which I realize aren't really part of this variance, but it is, the laneway has only one entrance and exit. It doesn't go all the way out. So if you can't get through in that direction to get in or out, you can't get in or out. There's no other way to get there, to get access to the lane. So for construction, I mean. Right, for construction or at any point. Thank you. I believe that was everything that was in our submission. And again, we echo what the other speakers have noted, the other neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker.
Hi, Mr. Katsavan. You've been unmuted.
Thank you so much. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, Mike Katzman, and Caitlin Palmer. We are in 136 Ellsworth Avenue, and we are in opposition specifically for variances 1 to 3. I apologize for not submitting anything in writing, but unfortunately we did not get sufficient notice to respond because of some prior commitments. In general, the 3 variances collectively are major in nature and deviate significantly from the official plan of the entire neighborhood. As echoed by the other members, on the street, we also do not agree with the proposal. There is a specific sort of question that I had. The agent had mentioned that there's a 3-story building south of the area that they're using as a comparable structure. I'm not aware of any 3-story building built in an alleyway that is used as a comparable, and I'd be curious to know the address. So I'm not aware that that's of its existence, at least on some of the closest blocks in the area. The other interesting thing about this particular site is the alleyway, like others have mentioned, is very important to understand that this specific alleyway is significantly narrower than every single other alleyway in the area. So we're only talking about approximately 10 feet, which was noted by other neighbors on the street and by transportation. But I think it's very important to understand that the doors, specifically around variance 2, this, you can have a setback request. And I understand that there is kind of a widening that's allocated as part of variance 2. But this really does not address the fact that there would be 2 main entry doors to the property directly on the alleyway, backing directly onto this lane that's not serviced by the city at all. And really, what this does not consider is the future occupants of the property that would be endangered by such a structure. And a lack of maintenance. So in my opinion, this specific alleyway and the structure is not a great combination. And, in my opinion, this is very major in nature and does not fit the official plan and zoning bylaws. So I request that we're noted as in opposition. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Do we have the next speaker?
Hi, Mr. Cook. You've been unmuted.
Hi, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
I can.
Hi, good evening. So I live at 120 Ellsworth. Again, it's Brian Cook. I realize you guys have all had a really long day, and I'll just give a brief statement and can expand on any points for further clarity if need be. I fully support the statements that have been made by Nathan, Danny, Susie, and the others. My primary concerns are related to what this approval may mean in terms of precedent for other bills in the future. I'm concerned about already very limited laneway traffic flow and safety, especially as mentioned this year, given the massive snow buildup and seemingly non-existent plowing that we've received. I'm worried about vehicle maneuvering as it pertains to parking, which is an ongoing challenge for a lot of the residents here. And I'm also worried for regarding post-rain water drainage, which has been an issue specifically for our property. And as mentioned earlier, maybe beyond the scope of this particular panel. This is a narrow, poorly maintained laneway, and I worry that any further southward build out from St. Clair would negatively impact all the concerns I just mentioned. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Do we have the next speaker? Mr. Keller?
Sorry, Madam Chair, I believe he logged off. I'll try to contact him again.
Okay, do we have the next one still?
Hi, Mr. Mary, you've been unmuted.
Hi, Andrews Mary from 144 Ellsworth. I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my wife, Janelle Beausoleil. Just the first point I noticed when I was going through the package was I had submitted a letter in opposition back in November 27th, 2020, and I didn't see that in the documents.
Well, you can go ahead with your submission. I'll just have a look through the package we have and see if it's there.
Okay, so I'll continue.
Actually, I'm pretty sure it is. I think I checked
Okay.
earlier, 144, but go ahead. I'll double
Okay.
check.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I agree with everything that everybody said, and I just wanted to speak a little more about the pedestrian concerns I had about the laneway. So I'm located basically directly behind the Salvation Army, and the trucks that were mentioned come through there. And I can say that multiple times a day, you know, we've got 22 to 26 foot long trucks coming through. And these trucks are over 8 feet wide. So if you're looking at the maximum sort of width there at the development, it was 16.5 feet wide. You know, that truck is taking up much more than 8 feet. And if the doors, the entry doors of that building, according to the plan, open outward, the door is 3 feet. That's not leaving a lot of extra room there for anybody to get by if people are going through. So to me, that's sort of quite a safety concern. The main entrance to your building is in a very tight laneway like that, and there's not that much space. This is a laneway that's used by a lot of people. Now, I know it was mentioned that it's one way, but for pedestrians, it's actually two-way. There's a lot of people that come through it, coming from Christie and coming from that side and walking through. Some of the businesses are accessed through that laneway, so I'm not sure about the status of the Mexican restaurant that was there. It's now changed ownership, but there were people that did go in and out of there. The nail salon, there are customers that go in and out of the laneway. And then a number of us also have young children who use their bikes coming out of the garage. So there's a lot of traffic in this laneway. And if this proposed development is built in that narrow space, it does create quite a dangerous tight point in the middle of the laneway that's not really in line with anything else that's been built there. So I would just say that I agree with what everyone else has said, and the height and size are really not fitting with anything else that's been developed in the neighborhood. And in terms of the privacy aspect, there's no other buildings with windows anywhere near that close. I live directly behind the Salvation Army building. It is the only other building that is close to the laneway, and it has no windows. And I have large windows at the back of my house. My bedroom is there. So that would be quite a privacy concern to me if there was a development coming that way out.
Okay, and just to confirm, the letter is here. We have
Okay,
it.
great.
It was in our package.
So I didn't have anything else to add. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Miss Valentini, you have a question?
Yeah, I've heard a lot about the Salvation Army building, and I can see that it's a longer building. How tall is it? I know it doesn't have windows, but I don't know if we've heard how many stories it is at the back.
Mr. Mary, are you there?
I think it's 2 stories. I can't confirm without windows. It's a little hard to count.
Okay, then no problem. Thank you. But it's taller than 1, right? It's not like a 1-story.
It's taller than 1, correct? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Anyone else question? Okay, do you have the last speaker?
Hi, Mr. Keller, you've been unmuted.
Oh, you have Mr. Keller, okay.
Hi, Ryan, are you there? Mr. Keller? Mr. Keller, are you there?
Do you have Ms. Hesse, Nancy Hesse? No? Okay, so, Nate, okay. Can you see Mr. Keller? No.
Yeah, he's here. I mean, I called on my phone and connected.
Mr. Keller, we've unmuted you. Have you muted yourself on your end? Can you double check? Okay, you want to give it one more shot? In the meantime, I'm going to go to the agent. Okay, Mr. Bellini?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes?
is this Mr. Bellini?
It is.
Okay, I'm going to give you 5 minutes to rebut to these questions regarding massing, transition, height, and some of the other things that were mentioned. And we do have one person that we can see them online, but we're not able to connect. So I might go back to that person if we do reach them. If not, we'll just end after you've done your rebuttal. Okay, so go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, this lane is narrow. It's only 10 feet. I understand that. It's difficult to turn a car into a garage or parking space without extending beyond that. But I have to point out that we're adding another 2 meters or 6 feet to the width for transportation. So we're only adding to the width of this laneway. I guess transportation has figured out it is too narrow and they require that additional width in order to satisfy the concerns of the inhabitants in that area. Also, the fact that, as was mentioned, that it's not a through street, so it makes it difficult to negotiate through, especially if you had a storm like we just had not too long ago. But also, I know from being there that the biggest concern is the fact that there's a Salvation Army that has trucks going in and out, and they're not small trucks. I don't know how they get in and out of that area without affecting other buildings on the north, which St. Clair properties. So I understand that that is a concern. I'm actually surprised that they got to go so close to the laneway at that time. But that's what we have. But I want to point out, we're going to convey 2 meters to that 3 meters for additional space. Also want to point out the garage that's there now is in almost the exact position that we're proposing the addition. So what they probably experienced for, if anybody lived there for 70 years, that has not changed. Where the garage is now, where the garage doors are now, is pretty much where we're proposing it to be if this goes through. Also, the height, I know for a fact, because I was at 132, maybe the previous owner, after the meeting, I actually met the owner previously. I don't think this owner today who spoke. And she allowed me to go to the 3rd story to show me her house. And I did see she has a 3-story. You may call it a 2.5, but it's 3 stories in height. And you're allowed that. And I just want to point out, we don't have a variance for height. We have a variance only for the angular plane with respect to the 10 meters and an angular 45-degree angle. So I understand that there's a laneway issue, and most of the concerns that I hear is in regards to this laneway width being too small and not being a through laneway, but we're actually, as I say, adding to that laneway width. And if you see that garage and if you've seen that site, the owner's been there actually for 40 years of this property, and and the son is doing the same business in the same place. I don't think they had any problems with any of the residents all this time, and they try to keep it neat and clean. So I just think that what we're proposing here, I think, is minor, and there's no shadow study because, let's be honest, we're on the north side. We're not going to cast shadow to the south residents. We may cast some shadow to our neighbors on either side of the commercial properties, but our windows only face north and south. And as I say, I try to maintain a recessed balcony and recess the living space of the proposed residences back another meter and a meter 2 or 4 feet as well to help give them a little bit more privacy and shade or shadow that it wouldn't be so exposed to the residents to the south. So I hope I answered most of the concerns.
The panel members might have some questions, so let me see.
Sure.
Mr. Niffel.
Sure.
Yes, to the applicant, through you, Madam Chair. The variance number 3 asks a variance from the requirement that the building not penetrate a 45-degree angular plane. And
Yes.
all we have before us is that it does penetrate. Do you have a drawing that shows to what extent it penetrates the angular plane?
Yes, if you look at the, I show it actually on the west elevation.
Isn't it up on the screen, or is that, yeah?
Okay, so I show actually that house that I'm showing is actually the 132 Ellsworth.
So is that the angular plane there?
That's the angular plane. So what?
So you're okay. Go ahead.
Sorry, forgive me. I just want to point out they calculate 7.5 meters from the edge of a residential property. So that's why it cuts in so much to the side of the building. You see the dotted line there, and then
yeah. So the angular plane basically affects your top, your projection at the top, and 2/3 of the top floor. Is that correct?
Yes, we have a raised parapet and we have the access stair for mechanical equipment. So at the upper level, we're gonna. And so that's
okay. I missed that at the drawings. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I got it. Thanks.
Okay.
Anyone else have any questions for the agent? If there are no more questions, then we'll take it into committee. Any comments? Ms. Hayes?
I'll start. I have some concern with respect to variance number 2. With respect to the setback from a residential lot. I think that variance is in the context and what's being requested as a built form. I'm not convinced is minor. That would be an initial comment of mine, but I'd like to hear from my colleagues.
Ms. Valentini?
My initial concern was the angular plane on this one as well. I think that plays hand in hand with the reduction in the separation distance from the residential lot and the variance too. So And then, concerns as well about primary access to the units from the rear and from the lane. So the pedestrian, people living in the building would be entering and exiting the lane. And I understand people walk up and down laneways. But as the primary entrance and exit, I have concerns about that if that lane is so difficult to navigate with a car, to have pedestrian traffic on top of that, I think would also be a concern. So I do have concerns with this application for those reasons.
Mr. Nipfel?
I have concerns as well. I have concerns as well with access, not only for access for the people that will live in those units, but for deliveries. In the age of COVID, we all have a lot more deliveries than we used to have, and we seem to have a lot more snow. And I think that the neighbors have raised very valid concerns about the functioning of that laneway to provide access to these residential units. And I think that that's made worse by variance number 2. The reason I asked about the angular plane was because I do think that this is a privacy issue for the people abutting the lane, and the angular plane would suggest that the building needs to be lower. But the setback is the thing that's the most impacted by variance number 2, and I have very serious concerns about the functioning of this development, given this is a very narrow laneway and it's already accommodating a Salvation Army truck. It would appear deliveries for other vehicles, anybody else that's accessing it, and then to add these residential units and a pedestrian access, which means that people going to those units have to walk the lane as well as drive it. I think it is, as the residents have indicated, I think it's a serious safety concern.
Okay, I agree with statements that may have been made by all of you. My main concern was with the angular plane because it's in place to provide transition between, the abutting residential neighborhoods behind. So I think it's important. And with the narrow laneway, I think, I have difficulty because of variance number 3. So, Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. I would like to move a motion to refuse the application, as I do not believe that the variances are minor. I don't think they believe that past the 4 tests. I think the impact is major to the residential properties on the abutting street, and the setback and the angular plane add to overlook and privacy issues from a 3-story building to the rear.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Lisa and Carl, you had your hands up at exactly the same time. Who wants to second?
Lisa, go for it. Okay, Lisa goes for it.
All right, so motion to refuse the application for all the reasons stated. Moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? Okay, the application has been refused, and thank you for coming out, everybody, this late. All right, our final application is number 41 GLEDHILL Avenue. We have before us a copy of the minutes from the December 2nd, 2020 public hearing, as well as materials submitted at that time. Copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, personal driveway agreement submitted by the owners of 41 and 38, staff report from tree protection, and they're asking for condition number 1. And we have correspondence in opposition from 43, which is adjacent, 39, which is also the other side, as well as 45. And I'm showing 3 speakers. Do we have all 3? Okay. Do I have the agent on the line?
Good evening, Madam Chair and Committee. My name is Rick Palpa. I'm the owner's agent and architect, 263 Adelaide Street West, Suite 350.
Okay. We'll start the clock as soon as you start speaking. No more than 5 minutes, please.
So actually, we're asking for a deferral for this in course with planning correspondence. I can give a quick rationale for the request as it happened.
Do we have that? Did we get that, or did I miss it?
Yeah, it happened pretty late in the
I
process.
don't recall seeing it, but it's possible I missed it because we had a lot of materials for this agenda that came late. Okay, why do they want the deferral? Does it say?
So I can just speak to that because I imagine that one of the objectives is going to voice their opinion on the deferral. So unfortunately the adoption of zoning bylaw 569/2013 happened on February 2nd of this month. Last month, allowing garden suites, and it's kind of changed the trajectory of this application. So it's unclear to us whether or not the variances sought here in this waiver or notice, will be recognized at the zoning level at the permit application. So that's the main issue that we're having, and that's the main reason for deferral.
Okay, well, let me go to the speakers listed. I mean, they have probably been waiting a long time.
Sure.
All right. Mr. Hines or Ms. Hines?
It's Mrs. Hines.
Mrs. Hines, hi.
Yeah. Hi.
So our planning staff are asking for a deferral. You can see the rationale it's posted for you to see if you've got your computer on. So I'm sorry to break this request to you at the last hour, but
Actually, I think it should be dealt with tonight because just to be honest, like I've lived in this home for 25 years. I did have a cordial relationship with the tenants that I am adjoined to. And I found out that they were making these plans to build a home in the backyard. They first initiated in saying that they would build on the footprint of the garage that is now. And then later to find out that the property that they plan on building is much larger than what the footprint is. So there's a lot of deception there. And I've spoken to them several times prior to them submitting the application. And for when I received the notice of what their plans were. So they're not forthcoming to what their plans are. And they had their water changed last year. It backed up into my property. I had carbon monoxide in my basement for
I'm really sorry to cut you off, but I'm really sympathetic to some of the things that may have happened, but this committee doesn't deal with those things. And
no, I get that, but if
I know you've been waiting a long time, but
I've been waiting since 2 o'clock. Can I have my 5 minutes?
Well, we're going to vote on the deferral first. So, I mean, you don't agree with the deferral. Is that correct then?
Well, because first of all, what their plans are, it's not even with the compliance. Like you should have at least 5 feet from one dwelling to another. And they are planning on building right up to the property line of 43 GLEDHILL. So right there, if this gets passed through, then if we want to do the same thing down the line when I sell my house, and if someone wants to sell to do the same thing, they're not going to have that 5 feet between because they're planning on building their property right up to the property line. So I think that because they're talking about the garden suite, because they have to now use their water line to build this home. Their water line is, because we are a semi-detached home, their water line is connected to my home. So this has become to their attention that they can't just do it on their own way. So now they're going to find another loophole. This has wasted 2 years of my time. I've been on this call since 1:30 actually, and now they want to defer it. And I don't think they should have the right to, because what they're planning on doing is not even, it goes against all kinds of, what do you call it? The variance?
The bylaws?
The bylaws and the different variants that you're saying. Mm-hmm. And that there's no, you have to have 5 feet in between properties, in between dwellings. That is a variance, is it not?
Well, the variances are listed here, so they're asking for 7 variances to the bylaw.
Yeah. So I would prefer this to go through right now, because there's no way that there's an old tree in the backyard. They're going to have to dig up that. They're going to destroy that tree. That's the only proper tree that we have in this area, because the people down the street from us removed all the trees and the city did nothing about it.
Okay. I do appreciate your frustration. I'm extremely sympathetic with how long you've been on the line. I'm sorry. If we'd been aware, I would have perhaps dealt with this sooner, but we were not.
But
aware
again,
of the
they knew this. This is how deceitful they are. They knew that they were going to do this. So let's waste a whole bunch of people's time. They live next. They are adjoined to me. I've tried to speak to them. They ignore me. They have no reason. They're not good people.
All right.
I don't know what the plan is, but they're not neighborly people.
Okay, well, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm just going to go to the next speaker I have listed to see how that individual feels about the deferral.
Sure.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, can you hear me properly?
I can. What's your name and address for the record?
My name is Gerald Darcy. My address is 1220 Bayview Avenue, Toronto.
Okay, so you've heard that the deferral request, so the committee does have to vote on the deferral request. I'd just like to get your thoughts on that.
I can appreciate that. I'm just curious as to who Ricky is, if you wanted to pull that message back up, because who Ricky was. Yeah,
I'll have to ask staff, because I have no idea. I guess that's the agent. His name's Richard Papa, so I guess he goes by Ricky.
Okay. I understand. So that was him. And I was wondering, why was that last minute submission allowed? Because I looked, I kept up to date on the development application website. It seems that this just came in today, actually. And I had a whole thing. I've waited for 16 months to speak on this, to be honest, because last time it was granted a deferral without any input from anyone else. But I'd just like to move that I don't agree with the deferral for the simple reason that I take it you looked at the objection letter, which was 20 pages long from Miss McInerney, who I'm representing. But if you look at the last 2 cases that were heard, it is clear, and the city agrees with it, including the city engineer, that this should be a consent application. This is not a minor variance application. Reason being, and the zoning examiner also goes to that, says this is not a laneway application, which the garden suites policy kind of is related to. This is basically a de facto severance application that they're trying to push through. So I think it would do, further to what the last person said, I think it would be a great disservice to defer this. These people have had between 16 to 26 months to address not only the city requests for information, for permitting, not to mention Ms. McInerney's 39 requests of different items, and there has been 0 activity. So I don't think the deferral is only going to serve to benefit the applicant, and they haven't shown any evidence of any willingness to communicate with the neighbors, to make alter their plans, to discuss them, to provide paperwork, even to communicate with the city as to the city's requirements. So I think a deferral would be, it would quite frankly be a miscarriage of justice. Okay. And because it does not, 6 of the 7 variances do not meet the 4 tests for the official plan. So it's against the official, it's actually expressly forbidden against the official plan, including the new garden suites policies, which I had to look at for the last 4.5 hours while I've been listening to all the rest of them. Okay. I looked through it. It has no application to this. What I would move for you guys to do, or pardon me, what I would move for is vote on the deferral, refuse the deferral, go on and vote on the actual variances, and then the applicant, even for them, it would be beneficial because then they can reapply as a consent application, which this clearly is. And if the garden suites policy, they feel they can go under that loophole, then they can proceed. But 27 months from the beginning till the end, and another deferral, it's unacceptable, quite frankly. And it's frustrating. I don't even own the house. I'm just an agent for
All right.
Mrs. McInerney, and I'm, you know, I'm
Okay,
upset.
understood. I have one more person. I just want to go to that
Okay,
because we do
thank
need
you.
to get to the vote on the deferral.
Understood. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mr. Darcy.
Hello,
Hi, Kyle.
I'm Kyle Katasowicz.
Hi.
I live at 50 Oak Park Avenue,
So
which
you've
is
been
not on
listening.
GLEDHILL.
I'm sorry?
Yes, I've been on this for 8 hours as well.
Yeah, sorry, I'm really
So
sorry.
I've
It's
heard
been a
the
long day.
argument.
But you've been listening, so I'd like just your thoughts on the deferral right now because committee does have to deal with that first.
Yeah, that's all I'm going to say. As I've heard the arguments against the deferral, and I agree not to defer this. I vote not to defer this and to settle this now. It's been going on long enough, and we've all invested lots of time in it. So
okay.
I vote to not defer this and to argue it. You know, argue directly to the variances that were requested.
All right, I see two hands up from Ms. Hayes and Mr. Niffel. I don't know who had their hand up first, so take your pick. Who wants to speak first?
Ladies first.
Thanks, Carl. I have a question of the applicant.
Okay, go ahead.
Garden Suite.
Mr. Pop, are you there?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to just understand a little bit more here. The
Sure.
Garden Suites policies and proposed performance standards have been available for a long time. They were before
So I can
council
speak.
quite a
Yeah.
long time ago. So I'm asking you, are you wishing to make an application once and under the Garden Suites policy? Or do you want to proceed with this application here? Because I think that they're
Yeah, so there's a lot of
totally different performance standards, built forms
correct.
that are permitted. So I mean, you must have some idea about you know what you're looking for, and I'm trying to understand after
So let me just
all
explain
of this time
how
what the deferral's for.
the proposal was evaluated originally was a building behind a building. That was the variance notice. That's how that was established. And then informally, it was evaluated as laneway suite. We worked with planning to resolve all the issues relating to variances that would be had this been evaluated as a laneway suite. So we in the the access, sorry, we fully complied to planning. We came to a formal agreement, and on February 2nd, this got passed, right? So it got picked up by the examiner late, and that's why 2 days ago, and that's the resulting problem here is that we had to scramble to find a way to continue this application, right?
Mr. Niffel, you had a question?
Yes, I did, through you, Madam Chair. It sounded, I was trying to get a clarification of whether you're asking for a deferral or a withdrawal, because from your initial comments, it sounded as though, in light of the changes in legislation, that you're rethinking the entire application, and what you might come back with is something considerably different. In which case, that would seem to me that that's a withdrawal, not a deferral.
No, it's going to be the exact same application in massing, in form. The only reason we are asking for the deferral is because the bylaw has been amended. And if we were to go for a permit, even with an approval here, we would not be able to build what is approved because the bylaw has been amended. That's the issue. But in terms of the application itself, the massing and everything would be identical. We're allowing.
I'm sure you can appreciate the frustration of your neighbors. This was deferred previously. It was deferred to allow you to consult with them. It doesn't sound as though that consultation has taken place, so that
So
deferral seems to have been a waste of time. And you wish to defer today, and as the people have indicated, they've been on the line for 6 hours. And you've known that you wanted to defer all the way along. Could you not have let people know ahead of time through that consultation?
I did not know I wanted to defer all the way along. That's the issue. There's a lot of inaccuracies here with some of the neighbors are saying. This is not a consent application. There's no reason for it to be a consent application. We're not seeking a severance. On November 20th, 2020, 43 Gledhill was spoken to by the subject property owner. So that's another inaccuracy. The reason that we can't come to a compromise, which we always try to do before the hearing with neighbors, is because they are against development period, which is hard to compromise with. So there's a lot of, it's a 20-page objection, and there's a lot of inaccuracies there, and there's a lot of stuff that doesn't pertain to the variances that are sought here. That would be my comments towards the neighbor. Yep.
Ms. Hayes?
I just have one, further clarification, because I just want to make sure I truly understand. So you're saying that the planning department just a couple of days ago contacted you because with the passage of the garden suites bylaw, they're saying that are they saying to you that the variances, the zoning review on your proposal would elicit different variances being requested?
It is there, yeah, and it's also my belief that there will be, the variances sought here, even if approved, will not be accepted at the zoning examination during permit. And that's the reason why we are deferring. Because
different provisions are applying under
they will
garden suites?
Exactly. So the building behind the building variances will no longer be applicable, or may not be applicable at the examination, the zoning examination of the permit set. That's the.
So are you then really seeking deferral because of the passage of the garden suites policy, and you want to put your application through zoning review again?
That's correct, yeah. But it's the same application in massing and form.
Well, I meant okay, so there was a proposal, but with a different policy framework applied, is that what you're really saying is
that's exactly
is necessitating your request for deferral?
That's exactly why. And we're kind of stuck with it, so.
Well,
okay. And you just found that out in the last day?
We were approached by planning 2 days ago. They didn't think that this would pass the standard of zoning examination at permit because of the enacting of the garden suite bylaw.
Madam Chair, I don't have any note that we have any information from planning on this application.
No, we as far as I know, we didn't get it. It came today. Okay. All right, we have to make a decision on the deferral. I mean, even the email doesn't really tell us much, to be honest. And I find it kind of strange because as you just put it, Ms. Hayes, this garden suites has been sort of an ongoing thing for a while. So I'm just surprised that since 2020, with the deferral since then, that we're looking at this having to be deferred again with people having waited for 6 to 8 hours.
We are just as frustrated. We worked with planning to get their approval for this, and this was approaching a year and a half ago. It took us a year to get the signed statement from the rear neighbor because we couldn't locate the actual owner for the easement on the back for the vehicular access. So we're just as frustrated. But, unfortunately, we were approached by planning 2 days ago, and
Hi, how can I help?
Is that you that made
no,
that?
that wasn't.
Okay.
It's my.
Can I ask a question?
It's your
Yeah,
name.
Miss Valentini, go ahead.
So to you from planning, but we didn't committee didn't get copied on it, or or
I think it came in
Jacob. I
today.
forget what the
It's
email says. Sorry, it's been a long day.
Yeah.
Who was it to?
To Jacob.
Who is it addressed to? Oh, so it was addressed to somebody in the committee of adjustment.
Yeah. Go ahead. Do you want to add
And
something?
it's from
Hang on a
planning
second.
staff?
Jacob's going to add something to this.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, I received the communication this morning from the manager of community planning just to clarify, because Ricky had asked her to clarify for the purpose of this meeting.
Oh, so the agent asked her to clarify.
Clarify what?
He
though?
had asked her to provide email correspondence stating that they were requesting or backing the decision for deferral, as the email says.
Okay. All right. Well, panel members, we have
Can I
to-
ask a question of staff?
Yeah, go ahead.
Madam Chair. Does this have to go through zoning review again? Would this have, I'm just a little confused. Like, I mean, why wouldn't we be advised of that from planning on the circulation of this application? I'm just failing to understand why we're caught off guard on this. Does it need does it have to go through zoning review? Is there again?
Through you, Madam Chair, if I'm hearing things correctly, if the garden suite bylaw is coming into full force and effect, that is, it's adopted by council, and there's no appeal, then if the agent wishes to have his proposal reviewed against the bylaw amendment, then that would entail, I would think, at a minimum, another zoning review.
Is the garden suites bylaw appeal period up?
My understanding is, and I'm not really 100% on this, I don't know if the bylaw bill itself has been enacted as yet.
That's what
I know
that
the report went through and it was approved, but I don't believe the bills were at the same meeting. They're still to be coming.
Yeah, that's my understanding. So in terms of what's in force, a zoning examiner, it's still not adopted or enacted by law in terms of under the Planning Act.
I can speak to this because
Just let me finish my question for a second.
Sure.
Thank you. And first of all, is that correct? And then secondly, if it has been enacted, if there's an appeal, it's passed but not in force. So I'm just trying to figure out the mechanics here.
My understanding that it's the appeal process is over on March 8th, I believe.
I guess I fail to understand why this application's even here if it's not buildable according to, like, that's where I'm kind of at a loss until that garden suites passes.
Yeah, I mean, if the appeal period
I
isn't.
don't understand why it's here then.
Well, we put a lot of work into this.
No, I
this
understand, but
application.
we're talking since 2020, so you're telling us that as it stands before us, without the garden suites bylaw being passed, that it's not buildable. So I don't really understand how it could have been here if it can't be built without that. That makes no sense to me. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer.
I've just received some additional information. The garden suite bylaw would be coming into effect March 8th, and that's the end of the appeal period? I believe so. I'm looking for... Okay.
That's my understanding. Yeah, so the process, I mean, we're going for permit, you know, it's going to be subject to that examination, right?
So
Isn't
just
the
one more
issue
que-
that what
just
you've
one more
got
question,
before
just-
us was in
sorry.
fact,
Go ahead, Carl.
my understanding, if I've got it right, my understanding is that what we have before us was proposed in all good faith as variances against the existing bylaw. And we presented it was before committee before, and it was deferred for consultation, and that period has changed, and so now it's back before us again. As I understand the applicant, what we have before us, if it was approved and ready to go today, it could be approved for building permit. But if it arrives for building permit after March the 8th, what is being, he would have to change the variances. And so I think the problem is that he's very close to the deadline. Am I correct? Have I got it right?
That's correct.
So my question I just have one more question to staff. In terms of the zoning examiner, if the garden suites bylaw is in fact appealed, or any bylaw is appealed that would impact the zoning review process, will they review any application against those new policies, even if those portions of the bylaw are under appeal? And would the variances be against that? Because I used the example with 569/2013, when it was appealed, you know, when certain parts weren't under full force and effect, they still needed a variance from the previous bylaw. So I'm just, from a process perspective within the city, how would the zoning examiner deal with it? I know how they'll deal with it if there's no appeals. How do they deal with it if there is appeals?
That's a good question. I don't know that I can answer that right now, because practices and interpretations and act do change, and I'm not up on them. I couldn't answer you correctly right now, I don't think.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, we do have to make a decision on deferring or not. So let's take it into committee then and on the deferral. Ms. Hayes.
I don't believe I can support a deferral of this application. The garden suites matter is not in force and effect at the moment, and the matter before us has been deferred previously, and I think we should hear it.
Okay. Anyone else?
I agree.
Ms. Valentini?
Well, I agree in principle because I feel like this has been delayed far too long. The neighbors have been waiting on the phone all day long. I feel frustrated for them, and I am frustrated by this piece of information at the last minute, particularly when, you know, we have spent hours of our time combing through the agenda and, you know, looking at applications, and to find out this one may be deferred. I do feel, though, that if all the variances are not before us, I have concerns about that.
Okay, so I need a motion then on the deferral.
It's going to change the variances.
Sorry, you were cutting out. I didn't realize you were still speaking. Are you there, Lisa, or? Because you're freezing in and out, so I think I cut you off.
It's okay. Just proceed with the motion on deferral.
Okay, so I need a motion on the deferral. Ms. Hayes?
I'd like to move a motion that the deferral request be refused.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Okay, are you dissenting or are you supporting? Okay, so that carries unanimously, so the deferral is refused. So we're going to hear this then. So sorry, Mr. Papa, but I'm going to need you to do a presentation then, starting now. We're resetting the clock, and then I'll go to the opposition.
Okay, thank you. The property backs onto an existing vehicular access to Gates Avenue. The vehicular access is shared by 38 Oak Park Avenue, who is the who has signed a shared driveway access form. There is an existing curb cut for this open portion of Gates Avenue, which is approximately 5 to 6 meters wide, starting from the rear property line of 41 GLEDHILL. The proposed building is 2 stories, 6 meters in height, and is 10 meters deep by 5.4 width in footprint / coverage. There's a 1.5 meter first floor setback from the south property line. This setback allows for access to the suite, area of refuse, and additional distancing for the foundations from the existing 0.6 meter diameter oak tree to the south of the property. It is noted that an arborist report will be required as a condition for approval. The building is set back 1.5 meters from Gates Avenue and is 0 meters setback along the north property line. This property is a unique condition, backing or fronting onto an avenue rather than a lane. It follows the intent of bylaw 150.8, Article 150.8, bylaw 810, 2018, which is applicable in the property zoning area. An effort has been made to ensure that the proposal follows to a T the laneway suite bylaw, and the applicant has worked with community planning to ensure that there are no variances had this application be submitted under 150.8. In many ways, this property is better suited to a dwelling use in comparison to the majority of laneway applicable properties due to its increased accessibility for fire and vehicles, lesser impact of privacy due to the rear property condition, and of course not having adjacent residential properties in the rear. Provides better visibility and access to daylight due to the adjacency to Gates Avenue. We note that, as typical with laneway suites, all servicing will come from the main house, and there exist 2 hydrants that can service the proposed building within 90 meters. We also note that shadowing will remain similar or identical at properties north of the property during the growing season due to the canopy of the large oak tree south of the property. In our view, the variances are minor in nature, and this is an excellent opportunity to add housing in the city. The application is based in applicable bylaw, follows its general intent, and is an appropriate use of unique condition property meeting the 4 tests of the Planning Act. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, I'll come back to you after I hear from the opposition. Ms. Hines?
So my concerns are, as I suggested before, like for the water, their water has to run. We are a joined home. We're semi-detached, and their water is connected to my water. So whenever they had their water upgraded last year and I was severely inconvenienced, carbon monoxide came into my house because sediments backed up into my water tank. I was without water for 3 days. They did not apologize to me or even advise me that they were getting water work done. Since they have applied for this application, they have not contacted me to try to talk to me about, to try to work things out with me. They are very rude. They don't take care of their property as it is. They don't shovel their walks. I have pictures. They don't mow their lawns. So my concern is if they're building a property back there and they run out of money, I'm just going to have a bunch of garbage put in the backyard because they're not proper property owners. They're just young kids. And I understand that they want to, like, I get that they want to build on free land, as you say, but the property itself is only 17 feet wide. And for myself to have a house in the backyard, the house seems to be bigger than what we are currently living in. And I'm worried about privacy. There's lots of windows. It's facing right into my bedroom. I'm worried about the shading. I'm not going to have any shading or any, like, it's just going to be a big structure in my backyard. And I'm concerned about, like, again, if this happens to go through and I sell my house, what happens to the value of my home? Who's going to buy a home with a house in the backyard of your neighbors? So if I get my house assessed, and I will hire a lawyer, are they going to pay the difference? Like, they need to realize of what they're doing. Like, I bought this house 25 years ago with the idea of having a beautiful scenic backyard. And for them to even be so deceitful, and they're not good neighbors. And I'm not sure why they're pushing this through, because honestly, it's baffling to me that someone would want to build a home. And I've looked it up, and a home has to be, there has to be 5 feet in between each dwelling. So if they have 0 meters to the north property, what happens to the north property if they do decide to build, if she does decide to build? So are they going to butt up right next? How is that a fire safety? Like, if there's any kind of a fire, you're so close to it. So for myself, I will never allow them on my property. They cannot build, they cannot step on my property. I will have no trespassing signs. I will sue them. I will do whatever there is to do, because I don't find them to be good people. And that's all I have to say. Like, they will not, I disagree with this 100%.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the speaker? All right. Thank you very much. Do you have Mr. Darcy on the line?
Oh.
Hi, we're going to start the clock now, so please stay within the 5 minutes.
Can I ask you one question prior to starting the
sure.
clock?
Go ahead.
Can I address the slanderous accusations that Ricky previously stated outside of the 5 minutes? Because that's pretty serious accusations he made. He essentially called Miss McInerney a liar.
I would prefer it if you can stick to the planning.
And I understand and I appreciate that and I realize that, but I'd like you guys to realize we waited 16 months for this day. We've waited 8 hours today to have our peace. He just called Miss McInerney a liar. I have documentation from the city which refutes his statement, and it leads to evidence of his deception and the applicant's deception, which is key to this application, which I
understand, but I think that you'll be better served if you tell us why you don't think that what he's proposing is appropriate, because that's what our decision is going to be based on. And I think it'd be a better use of your time, I think.
Thank you. I will proceed then. So I have a prepared statement here. For starters, there's no precedent in this neighborhood of a second dwelling that is not a laneway suite to be approved through the minor variance process. It is thought that a consent application and hearing is required for that, which incurs significantly more charges for the application. There's also much higher standards of discovery and reporting required, as we saw in the previous 2 cases, which were both denied by the same, by the way. For example, a requirement to mention Ms. McInerney's easement, which has not been mentioned at all by the applicant. In fact, the applicant seeks to ignore and encroach upon this legal easement without negotiation, as per their submitted plans. Furthermore, Ms. McInerney's initial submission highlighted 39 objections based on existing municipal, provincial, and federal acts, rules, regulations, and standards. A further 6 were indicated on the current letter of objection. Unfortunately, time doesn't permit going into all of them. However, they are all based on legislation, not personal feelings, opinions, or emotions. The applicant's representative on the zoning waiver form indicates himself that the application is for a laneway suite rather than for a separate dwelling. Zoning came back and said, no, this is in fact a separate dwelling, which would be a consent to sever, right? This indicates either a lack of experience or willful misleading of the committee, in my personal opinion. A garden site would not affect the fact that this is basically a de facto severance application that they're trying to push through as a minor variance. As indicated by the applicant's agent on the same zoning waiver, the applicant indicates 41 Gledhill abuts Gates Avenue. In fact, it does not. It abuts 38 Oak Park Avenue. And that's evidenced by the applicant's own photos in their submitted plan, which is on page 3 of their new plan. Involved city agencies such as city engineer, forestry, and community development are all unanimous in their opinion to either outright deny this application on many grounds, or they have requested more information, which is yet to be provided after 16 to 26 months. So any further deferral or anything like that doesn't seem like it would be any benefit. The application contravenes the official plan in 6 of the 7 variances, fails the 4 tests applied, and in fact is expressly forbidden according to the official plan. I think Ricky there was mentioning something about that zoning said it can't be built as submitted. The applicant has indicated that they're aware of Ms. McInerney's original submission and letter of objection, as they used one of the photos submitted with her original document in their updated plan. They had a minimum of 16 months to rectify shortcomings, to which they did not, and also attain the required documentation from the city. So it wasn't only Ms. McInerney, it was the city who was requiring documentation, such as city engineer, traffic management, forestry, community development, to name a few. There's others as well. Any further deferral could be interpreted as miscarriage of justice due to the length of time it has taken. Does not appear that any further deferral will rectify this issue whatsoever. And it seems they've made little effort from the original plan, which is evidenced by their original documents and the documents now. The applicant's entire application and plans have many serious errors, omissions, and deviations from generally accepted standards. Biggest one that affects Ms. McInerney is an insistence to provide a north elevation, which was requested 16 months ago and is yet to materialize. If you notice the east, west, and south elevations, they're all very highly detailed. For some reason, the north one, which will impact Ms. McInerney, it's not detailed whatsoever. City itself has stated that the applicant is required to get a new municipal address on Gates Avenue, as well as Toronto Fire and Canada Post. This in itself is evidence that the lot will be severed with a separate deed. Therefore, it requires a consent application rather than a minor variance. Applicant has contravened no less than 3 separate application forms that clearly indicate omissions and errors in themselves, whether by accident or not, are grounds for denial or the overturning of a permit that has been granted by this committee. That would be forestry, the zoning waiver, and the overall application. There's no arborist report, even though it's required. There's no letters of support, but there's letters of objection. There's absences of stormwater management report, which is crucial to Aileen McInerney. This is going to ruin her backyard with the drainage. There has been absolutely zero collaboration with the neighbors. There's major drainage concerns, major privacy, reasonable enjoyment, shadow, lighting concerns. It will destroy her backyard, and her garage, if you look at the drawings, her garage will require demolition to build this house. I can keep going on and on and on. There's lots and lots of points. I know you've seen the 20-page document, which seems to be a little long-winded, but all of it, I feel, they're all serious opposition, and they're based in legal fact, right? I appreciate the infill strategy, and Aileen McInerney does as well. If you could reference page 16 of her original submission.
Listen, you're over 5 minutes.
All right,
and
that's fine.
Yeah, thanks.
I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you for
All
your
right.
time.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
Okay, Kyle Katasowicz here again.
Okay, go ahead. We'll reset the
Yeah,
clock.
the last speaker covered most of my objections to the variances. I think I see a typo in the variance number 5 and 6, where the overall building depth is going to be 43.31 meters. I don't get that. That sounds to me like the entire length of the property.
Well,
Is that a typo?
We'll have the applicant speak to that.
Okay. All right. The only other thing I want to speak to is I'm on Oak Park Avenue, which I'm about 10 houses up from Gates Avenue. And, so this kind of impacts my street, even though I'm not on GLEDHILL. And that little section of Gates is kind of a quiet little cul-de-sac where the The kids can play, you know, ball hockey and kind of stuff. It's always been a really quiet area, residential, kind of safe area for the neighborhood. So I think that would be a major change to the character of that part of that neighborhood. And yeah, just in general, I think putting another house on my street, I object to having another house on my street. It's going to increase traffic, and you know, it's currently zoned as no parking at all. So there's going to be issues with cars and that kind of thing as well. That's all I really want to speak to. It does sound like on the application that they're not going to be providing enough parking spaces as well. I noticed that. So that's all I want to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Papa, I'm not sure, it's been a long day, but I'm looking at this plan here. It says proposed semi-detached dwelling, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not a, is it a semi?
A single.
It's a single, yeah, because the variances say it's a single, so that's wrong, right?
No, that's actually accurate,
That's
based
accurate?
on the building behind building. You know,
Oh.
and also
Oh,
the
you still-
distance
oh, you
that
still have
was
to label-
referenced.
You have to label it as semi
Yeah, exactly.
because of the way oh, okay, all right. Can you?
Can I speak to just a few things?
Yeah,
It'll be
please, we're
fast.
gonna reset the clock, and then also maybe start with that question about the length first, maybe, because it was the most recent one.
Yeah, so when it's evaluated as a building behind a building, the full length from main wall to rear main wall is counted in the calculation. There's there's no easements on the legal survey. We have a legal survey that we submitted. There is an easement or right of way for 41 to 43 that is on the survey that you can see there. So I think that there may be some confusion on the objectives part based on that. I would encourage everyone to review the application that has been submitted, because a lot of these inaccuracies that are being claimed here are not inaccuracies at all. This is a reasonable submission. These are long yards, long rear yards with plenty of access to daylight. It would be a welcome, I think, to Gates Avenue to bookend that dead end street with a habitable space on a property that already has vehicular access to that street. There's a lot of inaccuracies in what has been said, and it's pretty much I would say a bombardment of information that is best served is best described in constructability or permit issues there. I think it's a reasonable submission that fits the 4 Ps. Thank you.
Okay, panel members, do you have any questions, Mr. Niffel?
Can you clarify? I had the same question about the semi-detached dwelling. Excuse me. Can you clarify why it's labeled semi-detached or why it's considered semi-detached?
So we were formally asked by planning to change that, the titling of that. I think it has to do with the connection with 41 to 39, and therefore the whole property is a semi-detached proposal. That's my best, but we were formally asked to change that subject.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Hayes.
Oops, wrong button. Got too many mice going on here. Just have a question about the survey, just generally. The survey doesn't, I mean, there's 2 surveys. There's one from 2020 and then there's a 1966 survey, but I guess when I look at the survey versus the actual configuration of the lots, the property that gosh, I'm sorry, my tongue and my brain here a minute. The one that you've entered into the agreement with 38 Oak Park. So
Correct,
that sort of corner there. So does 38 Oak Park's property come out to the curb?
So it's a bit of a strange corner condition there. If you go to page A010, there's a larger site plan that describes the relationship between 38 Oak Park's detached garage and the proposal.
Yeah, but in terms of the survey though, where the property line for 38 Oak Park compared to the where you like it looks like it doesn't really show. I can't.
It doesn't show 38 Oak Park, correct?
Is there a
Correct.
survey that shows 38 Oak Park?
No, we would have to have a, additional.
My question, I guess, is the property of 38 Oak Park continue out to Gates? Or how is that little corner treated on a survey between the rear of your property and the other? But
It's described as Gates Avenue opened. There's an existing vehicular shared access between the two. So it's kind of like a mini laneway. I'm not saying that that's gonna solve our problems here, but it's a shared vehicular access for the two properties. This is the original application satisfied. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
The original application satisfied planning, ECS, all the departments except for transportation. Transportation asked us to have a shared access form signed. That was the only outstanding comment from any department besides forestry, which we would address at obviously permit as a condition. So.
Okay. Ms. Valentini, did you have a question?
Sorry, I'm having trouble muting and I'm muting my mic for some reason at this stage of the game. I don't know if it's my internet, but I'm just wondering in terms of what Joanne was saying, I was kind of confused by the survey too, but I wonder if it is because it includes the boulevard that's grassed as well. So the old survey is probably the whole road allowance. I don't want to call it that, but it probably includes if you look at the pictures, it's confusing, but it includes Gates Avenue and it probably includes the boulevard as well. The grass boulevard.
And transportation did review the proposal, and we did satisfy both departments and comments.
Okay, any further questions? Mr. Nifel, did you have any questions? Otherwise, we can go.
No, my question was answered. Thank you.
Okay, so we can go into committee then to make a decision on this one. Ms. Hayes.
I'll start the discussion. This is a tough application. I recognize the desire to take advantage of what might be access to a roadway. What my mind's going back to, though, and we don't have a formal report from planning on this application either, is that the applicant is equating this to a laneway suite and the permissions of the city with respect to the creation of laneway suites. I guess what I'm struggling with is this is not the only situation in the city where, a road ends, there's a dead end and there's properties on the other side. That the city, at least currently, did not include that type of scenario in its consideration of permitting laneway suites. And I think that that's why the variances are presented as a house behind a house or a continuation of a house. So while I recognize that there may be some possibilities here on the surface, I don't think the policy direction of the Laneway Suites, and because it's reflected here in what zoning bylaws are applicable to this property, this would be a house behind a house, and it's not on a public lane, and the bylaw does not permit it as it states now, and I can't support the application in the current policy environment.
Okay, anyone else have anything to add? Ms. Valentini? Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, it's still can't unmute. But anyway, based on the variances, I agree. I would not see this meets for back to, you know, the variance permit by the house really not permitted with the variances that are before us. And I do understand, as Ms. Hayes said, what the applicant is trying to achieve. The other
you're really cutting in and out.
at I guess it's Oak Park.
Lisa, we're actually
Just don't support the application.
okay, because we're missing most of what you said. Your internet's cutting in and out. Okay, anyone else have anything to add? Carl?
I just, I'm not sure what Lisa said, but I gathered it was supporting what Joanne had mentioned. I agree with Joanne. Against the policy, that, as I understand it, I don't think that this responds to the policy, and as such, I can't say that it meets the 4 tests as variances, so I won't be supporting the application either.
Okay, I'll need a motion then. Ms. Hayes?
Thank you. For the reasons that have been noted by myself and my colleagues, I would put forward a motion that the application in its current format does not meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act, and I would move to refuse the application.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Niffel. So motion to refuse the application moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Niffel. All in favor? Okay, that carries. Your application has been refused unanimously, and that concludes the committee at 9:47 p.m. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you,
and
everybody.
Thanks to
Thank you,
Jacob for
everybody.
getting, and thank Jacob for getting us into the meeting in the first place when we were all stalled out.
Yeah, thanks to Sylvia and the team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
Have a good
Thanks.
night, guys. Take it easy.
Right.
Bye.